India is prosperous. India is leading. India is future. Prosperity and future of society are backed by peace and security. The enforcement agencies require an even stronger system of crime detection and investigation to establish peace and justice. To embark on futuristic innovation and development in crime investigation and detection, the government of India has established a unique university of specialized education with a focus to prepare ready industry professionals in the field of forensic science. World's first and only forensic sciences university. University, popularly known as NFSU, was conceptualized and the foundation stone laid by the visionary Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi. Previously a state university, the Gujarat Forensic Sciences University has been upgraded as the National Forensic Sciences University and accorded the status of an institution of national importance by the Government of India under the Ministry of Home Affairs. NFSU is a specialized higher education institution across the world, which is the only establishment of its kind dedicated to forensic sciences. The National Forensic Sciences University has its main campus at the state of Gujarat. NFSU hosts a number of academic schools, namely the School of Doctoral Studies and Research, School of Forensic Science, School of Cybersecurity, Digital Forensics, School of Engineering and Technology, School of Management Studies, School of Pharmacy, School of Behavioral Science, School of Open Learning, School of Medical Legal Studies, School of Law, Forensic Justice and Policy Studies, School of Police Science and Security Studies, and School of Forensic Psychology. The NFSU offers a large number of postgraduate academic programs, along with various certificate courses through online mode. It also provides specialized training to officers from police and judicial, defense forces, banking and finance, customs and immigrations, investigating agencies of the country and across the world.
Gujarat Forensic Science University, National Forensic Science University बन चुकी है और मेरे लिए बड़ा हर्ष का विषय है कि जब गुजरात फोरेंसिक साइंस यूनिवर्सिटी बनी तब मैं गुजरात का गृह मंत्री था और आज के हमारे प्रधानमंत्री भी गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री और जब नेशनल फोरेंसिक साइंस यूनिवर्सिटी बनी तब मैं भारत सरकार में गृह मंत्री हूँ और नरेंद्र मोदी देश के प्रधानमंत्री।
The NFSU's ultra-modern Gujarat campus is spread across an area of 124,000 square meters. NFSU offers state-of-the-art infrastructure facilities, like laboratories with the latest equipment and instruments, a rich library, administrative wing, computer labs, and many more. NFSU also runs various centers for academic research with hands-on training like Cyber Defense Center and supercomputing facility like Param Shah, Center of Excellence for Narcotics Drugs and Psychotropic Substances, Ballistics Research and Testing Center, Forensic Psychology Lab, Forensic Innovation Center, Center for Futuristic Defense Studies, International Center for Humanitarian Forensics, Buddha Psychological Center, and Center for International Religions. NFSU has established a cyber defense center to provide education and training of the latest tools that help strengthen the stability, security, and performance of cyber infrastructures and IT systems used by government and defense agencies. Ballistics Research and Testing Center of NFSU is ISO 9001-2015 certified. one-stop solution for evaluation, testing, analysis, and certification of ballistics materials such as armored vehicle, body armor, helmet, bullet-resistant panels, and more. NFSU has established an exclusive center of excellence for research and analysis of narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances, which provide testing, research, consultancy, and training services to national and international law enforcement agencies. NFSU also established an ultra-modern COVID testing laboratory to cater to the need of the health sector for RT-PCR testing and the industries to test their antiviral materials as per the international standards. This eco-friendly and green campus has international class hostels and guest house facilities, provide comfortable accommodation to students and guests. An amphitheater, playground for multiple sports, cafeteria, large auditorium with 560 seating capacity, learning resource center with internet facilities, together with a voluminous collection of electronic and printed books, journals, paper reviews, and articles add in the list. Another campus of NFSU at New Delhi is known as Lok Nayak Jayaprakash Narayan National Institute of Criminology and Forensic Science. Besides this, a state-of-the-art campus at Goa has been established. A modern campus of NFSU has also been established in Tripura, offering various academic programs to meet the acute shortage of forensic experts in India. NFSU is starting its new campuses across the country, including Lucknow, Manipur, and many more.
The Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable HM, they both were interested that we should be an institution which should be able to cater to the needs of the entire globe. So internalization of this university was very much required so that India can take lead in this area in a full-fledged manner. And therefore, looking to its potential, the Government of India took a decision of upgrading, or you can say converting, this Gujarat Forensic Sciences University as a National Forensic Science University. And 1st October 2020, this Gujarat Forensic Science University was declared as a National Forensic Science University, but then it was also given an additional recognition as Institution of National Importance. As an institution of national importance, now you can establish your campuses within India and other places and also outside India.
Apart from its state-of-the-art research facilities at NFSU, the university has collaborated with various foreign universities and institutions for research and training. The university has also collaborated with a number of Indian organizations such as Central Bureau of Investigation, Narcotics Control Bureau, Enforcement Directorate of Revenue Governance, and PRB. The university provides 100% placement assistance and has created a full-fledged placements career center, which works rigorously throughout the year, arranging placements for students in various organizations worldwide. NFSU runs an international affairs center to assist aspiring and existing international students, including overseas police and intelligence officials. Knowledge, wisdom, fulfillment, education through investigation. National Forensic Science University.
जॉब कैसे कल भी है अपना we are meeting at a very auspicious place. Sir, Professor Aida. Oh. He is our sir. That's when the story started. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Oh, requesting you to join us on the
एक बार देख लीजिएगा सब ऑडियो वीडियो
Yeah, everything it's already live on YouTube.
ओके सर
School I'm full press.
सो सर आई
I'm full press
Yes.
from the China Goa to this project. So what? Yeah, can you sit over here?
Better you can sit here. We'll do something. No issue. You can sit. यहाँ बैठ सकते हो.
मैं यहाँ पे सेट करता हूँ.
नहीं सेट करो कोई नहीं. एक काम करो इनको जाने दो बच्चों को. You people can fill this room. ये लो फर्स्ट को छोड़ दो. फिल कर दीजिए. अरे fill this. Hello. 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 ओके यूट्यूब में मेरे पास खाने का यूट्यूब में वीडियो ओपन करेंगे ओके कंफर्म चाहिए भैया एकदम ओके कंफर्म चाहिए भैया
You are sitting here?
कौन है
I can sit?
या कीप वन सीट एम्प्टी एक्सक्यूज मी शिफ्ट फॉर ये फील फूड
ओके सर
थैंक यू लास्ट टाइम स्पेशली
Yes. आपको link दे दूँगा.
सो इज दिस योर फाइल
कीप इट
ओके सो जस्ट सेट सो रिकॉर्ड व्हेन यू लाइक टू सेट
When she started,
ओके
Immediately over. Contribute to Excuse me.
Come from that side. चले जाओ.
हॅलो काय सकाळी घातलेलं बरं असतं येस
कौन है तू? VIP no launch match. कॉल चालू है. मैं कैमरा शिफ्ट करूँ. Where you took audio from?
Just from that side.
It doesn't have the facility. Focus on the. Focus on. बैठ जाओ.
A very warm greetings to everyone present as we are ready to start the event. I would request everybody to take their seats. I, Dr. Shweta Nidhi, on behalf of a premier prestigious National Forensic Sciences University, Goa campus, located in the heart of the Goa, focused on eminent pillars of cybersecurity and digital forensics, is pleased to welcome you all to the International Conference on Information Security, Data Privacy and Digital Forensics. This conference is the first of its kind international conference organized by National Forensic Sciences University, Goa campus, in collaboration with Sardar Vallabhbhai National Institute of Technology and Birla Institute of Technology, BITS Pilani, Goa. In words of Bruce Senner, if you think technology can solve your security problems, then you don't understand the problems and you don't understand the technology. With this food for thought, let me take an opportunity to welcome the dignitaries and introduce them to you all. We are gratified by the presence of dignitaries here. Our Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, Shri Dr. Pramod Sawant, Shri Jaspal Singh, Director General of Police, Goa State, Shri Rajesh Dhankar, Rear Admiral, Naval Officer, Brigadier Arvinder Singh Sohani, Commandant 2 STC, Goa, Shri C.D. Jadeja, Executive Registrar, National Forensic Science University, Gandhinagar, Dr. S.S. Iyengar, Distinguished Professor, Florida International University, USA, Dr. Suman Kundu, Director, BITS Pilani, Goa, and Dr. Naveen Kumar Chaudhary, Campus Director, National Forensic Sciences University, Goa campus. I welcome you all, sir. Before we move on, I would like to introduce you to the significance of this conference. Cybercrime. Cybercrime in India is on the rise. There are about 53,000 reported incidents of cybercrime in India in the year 2021, as per National Crime Records Bureau data. There is a rise of 6% in the cybercrime as compared to the previous year. The post-pandemic online culture has further elevated the concerns over digital data security, data privacy, and digital forensics. There lies an urgent need for platforms to aware, educate, and innovate ideas concerned with the cyber security. This conference provides a premier international platform for deliberation on strategies, recent trends, innovative approaches, discussion, and presentation on the most recent cybersecurity data privacy, and digital forensic challenges. Hence, we have planned to organize annual global conference for practitioners from law enforcement, government agencies, industry, and academia. The aim of this conference is to educate and promote research and innovation by sharing innovative ideas and develop creative solutions to various challenges associated with cybersecurity, data privacy, and digital forensics. As our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji rightly said, I dream of a digital India where cybersecurity becomes an integral part of our national security. Remembering this thought, we hope that the next 2 days will offer great insights and will spark beneficial conversations on the themes and topics of this conference. With this, we would like to invite our dignitaries on the dais. We would like to request our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Dr. Pramod Sawant ji on the dais. So, please give a round of applause for sir. I would request Shri Jaspal Singh, Director General of Police, Goa, on the dais. So, Shri Rajesh Dhankar, Rear Admiral, Naval Officer, on the dais, sir. Brigadier Arvinder Singh Swahani, Commandant 2 STC, Goa. Shri C.D. Jadeja, Executive Registrar, National Forensic Sciences University, Gandhinagar. Dr. S.S. Iyengar, Florida International University, USA. Dr. Suman Kundu, Director, BITS Pilani, Goa Campus. Dr. Naveen Kumar Chaudhary, Campus Director, National Forensic Sciences University, Goa Campus. I welcome you all, sir. It is rightly said, flowers have an expression of countenance, such as smile and happiness, and a way of pleasing like none others. So, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to give this moment to welcome our distinguished guests and dignitaries with bouquet and a memento to all on the dais. We would start with, I would request Dr. Naveen Kumar Chaudhary, Campus Director, Goa, to kindly present a bouquet and a memento to our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Dr. Pramod Sawant. A hearty welcome to you, sir. Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. C.D. Jadeja, Executive Registrar, National Forensic Sciences University, Gandhinagar, to give a flower and a bouquet to Shri Jaspal Singh, Director General of Police, Goa State. हम स्वागत करते हैं आपका सर। I now request Professor R.K. Sari, National Forensic Sciences University, Goa Campus, to give a floral bouquet and a memento to Dr. S.S. Iyengar, Distinguished Professor, Florida International University, USA. A warm welcome to you, sir. I now request Professor Sanjay Sahai, BITS Pilani, Goa campus, to give a floral bouquet and a memento to Dr. Suman Kundu, Director, BITS Pilani, Goa campus. बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन सर. Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Sankita Patel, SVNIT, to give a bouquet and a memento to Dr. C.D. Jadeja, Executive Registrar, National Forensic Sciences University, Gandhinagar. हम स्वागत करते हैं सर आपका. A huge round of applause. I now request Dr. Lokesh Chauhan, Dean Academics, National Forensic Sciences University, Goa campus, to give bouquet and a memento to Dr. Naveen Kumar Chaudhary, Campus Director, National Forensic Sciences University, Goa campus. A huge round of applause, sir. A hearty welcome to you. Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Hemant Rathod, BITS Pilani, Goa campus, to give a bouquet and a memento to Shri Rajesh Dhankar, Rear Admiral, Commandant, Naval War College. हम स्वागत करते हैं आप सबका यहाँ. A hearty welcome to you, sir. Thank you, sir. I would request Dr. Prateek Patel, National Forensic Sciences University, Goa campus, to give a bouquet and a memento to Brigadier Arvinder Singh Swahane, Commandant, 2 STC, Goa. Thank you, sir. Asto ma sadgamaya, tamso ma jyotirgamaya, mrityor ma amritam gamaya. Lead us from ignorance to truth. Lead us from darkness to light. Lead us from death to deathlessness. With this, we would request dignitaries on the dais to kindly light the lamp and mark the starting of this ceremony. Thank you so much, sir. Any auspicious ceremony in Hindu mythology begins with goddess Saraswati appeasing. Saraswati Ma is the goddess of learning, wisdom, knowledge, music, arts, and skills. In Sanskrit, Saraswati means the essence of self. Saraswati Ma is considered to be as the mother of the Vedas. Just like dirt and filth in a river gets swept away with the flow of waters, ignorance in the mind gets swept away with the knowledge and wisdom represented by Goddess Saraswati. May I request Yamya Reki, a Master Cybersecurity Semester 3rd student, who's going to enchant Saraswati mantras. These mantras were written by Adi Sankaracharya in 8th century. These mantras signifies the beginning of any auspicious event.
Thank you very much. ओंकार पंजर शुक्ल उपनिषद उद्यान केली करकंड आगम विपिन मयूरी आर्या अंतर विभावै गौरी दयना दीर्घनयना देशिक रूपेण दर्शितं हृदयं वाम कुच निहित वीणां वरदां संगीत मातृकां वन्दे सारेगम पद निरतान्तां वीणा संक्रांत कांत हस्तान्तां मृदुल श्वान्तां शान्तां कुच भरतान्तां नमामि शिवकान्तां। शारदा मां सरस्वती मां शारदा मां सरस्वती मां सुप्रवस्त्रधारिणी मां सुप्रवस्त्रधारिणी मां हंसवाहिनी माता शारदा मां सरस्वती मां शारदा मां सरस्वती मां ब्रह्मपुत्री पद्मासन ब्रह्मपुत्री पद्मासन ध्यानदायिनी ज्ञानदायिनी वीणावादिनी माता शारदा मां सरस्वती मां शारदा मां सरस्वती मां सुप्रवस्त्रधारिणी मां सुप्रवस्त्रधारिणी मां हंसवाहिनी माता शारदा मां शारदा मां शारदा मां।
Thank you, Yamma. Dr. Naveen Chaudhary, Professor of Cybersecurity and Director at National Forensic Sciences University, Goa campus. Additionally, holds charge of Head University Cyber Defense Center. Sir has been a Professor of Cybersecurity and Dean at National Forensic Sciences University, Gandhinagar, India since 2019. Sir holds a Bachelor of Technology degree in Information and Technology and Telecommunication Engineering and Master of Engineering degree in Digital Communication. Sir holds a Master of Business Administration degree in Human Resource Management. Sir has earned PhD in Engineering and Advanced Certification in Cyber and Network Security. Sir heads up Training and International Relations Department of the University. Sir has an extensive experience of more than 24 years in engineering, education, research, and working with the government. Prior to joining university as full-time professor, Sir was in Directory at Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. Sir has also served as faculty and head of department in Faculty of Communication Engineering at Military College of Telecommunication Engineering, Mao. In his official capacity as Joint Director and Director in Government of India, Sir steered many cutting-edge ICT projects and worked extensively on policy formulation in cybersecurity and e-governance. Sir is the recipient of a letter of appreciation for contribution towards the cause of literacy from Brent St. Dennis, MP, Algoma, Canada. Sir has earned Dubai Seva Award for his contribution to cybersecurity education in 2022 and COAS and CCOSC commendation for his innovations and distinguished work in 2009 and 2015 respectively. May I now request Dr. Naveen Kumar Chaudhary for his opening address.
Honorable Dr. Pramod Sawantji, Chief Minister of Goa, Sri Jaspal Singh Ji, Director General of Police, Goa State, Rear Admiral Rajiv Dhankar, he is the head of the Naval War College at Goa, Professor S.S. Iyengar, distinguished professor and a distinguished scientist of Indian origin at Florida International University, Professor Suman Kunju, Director, BITS Pilani, Goa campus, Sri C.D. Jadeja, Executive Registrar of National Forensic Sciences University, Gandhinagar, and Brigadier Arvinder Sahni, the Commandant of 2 STC, Goa. It gives me immense pleasure, pride, and honor to open this inaugural session. Now, why this conference is so important, wherein two institutions of national importance, National Forensic Sciences University and SBNIT Surat, and one of the premier institutions in education, BITS Pilani. 3 institutions have collaborated and then finally decided to hold this conference. As you know, that cyber security has become very, very important. The current era is of an information age where the potential and capability in the field of the cyber security and digital world will decide the order of the world, not only the conventional weapons and the conventional operations and tactics that we are seeing what is happening in the Ukraine and Russia war, to what extent these technologies are being used. Now, this is considering the threat landscape which we are facing from the state and non-state cyber criminals, and the kind of reported cases in India we have. In 2020, we had only 55,000 reported cases. That has increased by 6% in the statistics that has been released by the NCRB recently, just 2 months back. Now I'm talking of a reported incident. Now what has happened recently in AIMS? We had one of the worst ransomware attack, and then it took time to revive the system. Now recently in the western region, just 3 years back, one of the power grid system was down, and it was down for 3 years, 3 days. 3 years back it was down for 3 days, and people could not detect that what is the problem, because they were looking at the problem with the conventional engineering troubleshooting methodology. But the problem was not at the mechanical or the operational level. The entire plant had been targeted by the cyber attack. Similarly, what happened in the south, we had a nuclear plant that was again targeted by the cyber criminals, and in this case, the actors which were involved were not, the cyber criminals, but a very high-profile state-sponsored actors. And it took time to decide and then take ownership. Yes, something has happened, but it's not because of the hierarchical issues. It's because of the lack of expertise in this field, that how to detect. Critical national infrastructure these days are very, very vulnerable. The way people used to think about the warfare, with the current strategy, things are changing. Some of the nations, they have included cyber warfare, which has been recognized as the fifth realm of the warfare, part of their strategy and operational tactics. And slowly, this domain has been recognized as one of the potent domains which is going to change the entire landscape of the warfare in the time to come. Now, how this conference is very relevant in context of the Goa. Now, as you know, that Goa is one of the modern forward-looking state. It has one of the highest standard of living per capita income, a smaller state in size, but a lot of things to offer. Now, the infrastructure which you see, the economical progress which has happened, the broadway highway that is being created, and the kind of policies which the Goa government has come up recently that supports the ecosystem which is required for promoting the cyber security in a big way. As the mythology goes, that the seventh reincarnation of Lord Vishnu, Lord Parashurama, he set the 7 arrows and flying past the Sahadri, and then he pushed back the sea to carve out this state, which he claimed a land for himself, and that was later on known as Goa. Now, as the in India, as the tradition goes, we have a lot of reverence and respect for our mythologies and even for Ramayana, Mahabharata. So similarly, if you look at this legend or the epic, you will find that these 7 arrows has a lot of significance even in this era. It can be taken as a pillar for promoting this cyber security, information privacy, data security, and how it can be taken in the context of the Goa state. I'll just give you a few examples that this region, with a promising infrastructure, with a kind of attention it is grabbing from the people within India and outside India, it can become a cyber security corridor, not only for the Western Ghat, Western region, but even for the entire pan-India. Now, you know that a lot of new technologies has come. We are, finding a lot of new terms, Internet of Things. Now, Internet of Things, what is the vision of Internet of Things? The vision is every object should have some processing power, it should be connected to the internet, and there are million and billion of devices which should be there. Now these devices are generating data, and where this data is going, because the devices doesn't have a capability to hold this data. So there are huge data centers are required. Now this data center, where it is located, these devices would be with the sensor maybe in Goa, but data center may be in, your Singapore or maybe in European country, and there they do the analytics and visualization. Now, why can't this data repository, these data centers should be in Goa? And why Goa should not become a hub for the data center, not only for the entire India, but for the rest of the world also? Because infrastructure is very much here, startup ecosystem is very much here. We have 2 central universities here, 1 state university here. We have more than 1200 professional courses here. We have more than 22 technical courses here. So there is no dearth of STEM graduates. But what is required, that how to channelize it and how to put it in the direction as per the demand of the current world. So these human resources, these STEM graduates, they can be given a right ecosystem through the startup policy, which already is there. Goa already has IT policy in place. So these new trends which are happening, that has to be aligned, and that accordingly these things and initiatives need to be pushed. Now, the third thing which is important is that entire world is now facing an acute shortage of cybersecurity experts. Today in this scenario, I have 460 students in the Gujarat campus and then 80 students in this campus, and we just started. So all the 460 students get employment before they pass out. MTech students get employment 1 year in advance, and MSc students who are specialized in cybersecurity or digital forensics, they get the employment 6 months in advance before they pass out or before they have their degree in the hand. Now I thought that this campus will have some challenges, but now we are just 1 year old and already 60% of our cybersecurity students have secured job in good companies, in multinational companies. So this is the requirement, and then 40% who are left out within a month or two, because so much of demand is there, is the company themselves, they come to the campus for the campus recruitment drive, and you don't have to do any advertisement, they will themselves approach you. So there's an acute shortage of the human resources when we talk about the cyber security. So now institutions of national importance like National Forensic Sciences University. Similarly, there are 2 other INIs in this state, central universities. They can come together. They can think of having these specialized courses which will promote the harnessing, nurturing, and then giving those talent to this region, particularly in Goa and then rest of the western region and then rest of the India. Because if you see these statistics, we have 3 INIs, but still 97% engineering graduates are moving out of Goa. So this brain drain is happening. There should be an ecosystem that they should serve here, or they come back, whoever has gone, they should come back to Goa and serve in Goa. So now this is again one of the important things. So these things we want to discuss, this is a forum where we can discuss these things, we can initiate this thought process, and we can also sensitize the people that these are the issues, and these issues need a networking. These issues need to be discussed with the like-minded intellectuals, think tanks, who will come out with some solution. So this is the forum which is quite ideal for this. So let the Goa be a capital for human resources, especially for the cyber world. Now, a lot of crime is happening. Now people are slowly moving from conventional crime to a more sophisticated crime using the technology. Now what is happening? Any crime happens, first thing which police looks for is your mobile phone. And then they start looking into your IPDR, CDR and all this data, and then they try to take the lead. Now what about the digital forensics? How to investigate those devices? Again, a specialization has come, and there's an acute shortage. From where we will go and get those experts? So now, this is again a forum where we will discuss that how to get those experts, what are the short-term courses, what are the long-term courses, which are the areas in digital forensics we have a challenge. Goa has a peculiar challenge of narcotics, psychotropic substances, even human trafficking. Most of the things are happening on a dark web. Now, how many of the law enforcement agency people are trained to get themselves operationalized in a dark web and then detect the crime which is happening on a dark web? So these challenges are very alarming, but then it needs a group of intellectual think tanks to come up together, think of it, and then come out with a solution. Now there are many such issues wherein we need a right action, a right approach, and think tanks, researchers, academician, industry to discuss and come out with innovative ideas. Considering the timeline which is given to me, I will come to the end of my speech, but before I end, I would like to share with you that this conference is just a beginning. We are going to have more this kind of conferences, and we believe in implementing the things from academics to practitioners approach. That is what the philosophy what we follow in National Forensic Sciences University, that only writing a research paper or just talking and discussing the point will not give any fruitful result. You have to implement it on ground and you have to give a solution. And that's why we call our university a practitioner's university. And we call that university a practitioner's approach. So there should be some thing visible on the ground. And so whatever we are going to discuss, whatever the think tanks are going to propose, it will be our honest endeavor that through the platform like this, we push those initiatives, translate them into innovation, translate them into policies, because policy is one of the sore areas in cybersecurity. Even when we talk about data security and all, data may come from a bad guy, good guy. What is the policy to decide that which data has come from a bad guy or good guy? So policy is also one thing. A lot of challenges are there. How to frame this policy? How to frame the cybersecurity policy? How to protect? What should be our policy and strategy towards protecting our critical national infrastructure? So now, this forum will initiate that thought process. We would like to take it to the further step, further phase through continued discussion, engagement, and we would like to see that Goa as a state flourish not only in e-governance, giving the best of the services to their citizen, to their people, but also offering best of the opportunities which are there in the field of cyber security. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for drawing our attention to the relevance of cyber security and digital forensics in Goa, and how National Forensic Sciences University can play an instrumental role in the same. We are pleased to have with us Dr. Suman Kundu, Director, BITS Pilani, Goa campus. Dr. Suman Kundu, Director, BITS Pilani, KK Birla, Goa campus, is Professor of the Department of Biochemistry at University of Delhi and Director of the Center for India-Canada Studies on Leave. Sir has PhD from Banaras Hindu University and postdoctorate from Iowa State University, USA. Sir has been a research associate at Pioneer Hybrid, DuPont, USA. Sir was a lecturer in School of Biotechnology, BHU, before moving to the University of Delhi as a reader, where he was subsequently promoted to associate professor and professor. Sir has been honored with SP Tyagi Oration Award and Indo-US Research Fellowship Award, and Sir was inducted as an elected fellow of Indian Academy of Biomedical Sciences in March 2021. Sir has published more than 75 research papers and 3 book chapters. Sir has 1 patent to his credit and is applicant for 5 others. He has guided several PhD, MPhil and MSc students for research and delivered numerous talks in India and abroad. Sir research interests focus on structure, function, stability, relationship in blood substitutes. Sir is the founder of Editor-in-Chief of Journal of Proteins and Proteomics and Executive Council member of Proteomics Society and Protein Society in India. He is the recipient of multiple grants from several funding agencies and was the former director, University of Delhi South Campus, and acting Pro-Vice Chancellor of the University of Delhi. With this, may I now request Sir to address our intellectual gathering.
A very good morning to dignitaries and delegates and one and all present here. Since morning, I have been in a state of elation, a state of joy and happiness, over today's events. First, because a very significant conference, which has been very appropriately outlined by Dr. Naveen Chaudhary, the International Conference on Information Security, Privacy and Digital Forensics, jointly organized by National Forensic Sciences University, Goa campus, Sardar Vallabhbhai National Institute of Technology and Birla Institute of Technology and Science, Pilani, Goa campus, is being hosted and organized on our campus. So it fills me with pride and joy. The other reason of that state of elation is we have dignitaries on campus from all walks of life, all walks of administration, and they're such heavyweights. And I don't know whether our campus has seen all the stars, all heavyweights together on stage. And thirdly, because this shows the weight that we are putting behind in data forensics and cybersecurity and cybercrime. And as an institute of higher education, we pledge our support to this cause. It is often said that pen is mightier than sword. We have heard that, right? In the modern era, data science, data security is mightier than pen, which is mightier than sword. And Dr. Chaudhary has outlined why it is so important for everyone. It's not about, there are areas where data security is very important, because in our daily life we depend totally on data these days, right? From national security, defense, to business, to banks, their consumers, health sector, every aspect, of our life in the country is dependent on data, and it's very important to keep it secure, to maintain the privacy, and to look at the forensics. And why only these institutes, right? Data is very important for every one of us. So it has percolated at a personal level, and the privacy, the security of each one of us is dependent on our ability to fight cybercrime, and keep all the data secure. Dr. Chaudhary has cited some cases. There are several such cases. We know how Cognizant, for example, because of ransomware, they suffered and had to pay up also to protect themselves. Right? As an institute of higher education, we also worry about it, because we are dependent on data talk about admissions, talk about examinations, talk about our research data, our technology related data. It all needs to be secure. And we worry also how to keep it secure. So it is very important for us, to work together, towards that end. And that's why we are very happy that NFSU has considered us to be part of the organizing team and hosting it. And we pledge our support to the cause. My solemn duty is to welcome you all, and I will do so. I'd like to welcome our Honorable Chief Minister, Dr. Pramod Sawant, and we are really blessed because this is the second time he's visiting us in this very auditorium, within 2 months. His youthful exuberance, his dynamism, his infectious smile, and his cool demeanor, has made Goa what it is. It's a small state, but with a big impact. And he is leading from the forefront. And I'm happy to mention that we are also a small part of this growth in terms of education, in terms of skill sets that we provide our students, and in various other ways that we cooperate with the community in Goa and government of Goa. For example, we were part of the team that created the knowledge document for Invest in Goa, which we have seen wonders happening with that. Welcome, sir. I would also, I have the pleasure in welcoming Shri Jaspal Singh, DGP Goa. We have to work with him closely on various grounds, and I am happy to share that we do have faculties on campus, like Dr. Sanjay Saha, who is one of the organizers, Dr. Hemant Rathore, who work in the areas of cybersecurity and publish papers as well. And we wanted to take this forward and go to the community. And we have signed a MOU with Goa State Police as well. And very recently, I have been to the office in Panjim along with my team to see how we can work together, in providing solutions to cybersecurity and cybercrime, because we have some capabilities, in terms of critical thinking, in terms of our very talented young engineering students, who have always new ways, new ideas to bring to this field. And talk about tools, when you talk about data science, data security, information technology, artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, all of that becomes very critical. And we have capability to provide that. So we are doing that. I also have the pleasure of welcoming Sri Rajesh Dhankarji, Rear Admiral Naval War College, Goa. And since I joined here on April 7, we have been working with the Navy as well. I have been to INS Khansa myself with a team of scientists from the campus, and there are small problems that we are trying to solve, and we will do so in the future as well. I also have the pleasure of welcoming Brigadier Arvinder Singh Sawhney, Commandant USTC Goa. Welcome, sir. I have the pleasure in welcoming Professor S.S. Iyengar, Florida International University. And I must mention that in my bit of study on forensics, it's not my domain. The first crime in the area of cybercrime was reported was in 1978 in Florida, right? And subsequently, the Florida Computers Act came. So it's wonderful to have a distinguished professor from Florida here with us. It's a coincidence that is good for us. I also have the pleasure to welcome Shri C.D. Jadeja, Executive Registrar, NFSU. and Dr. Sarin, Dr. Sanjay Sahay, my colleagues from both NFSU and BITS Pilani Goa campus, all delegates who are present here, students from both the campuses, I welcome you all. And Dr. Chaudhary has nicely outlined the significance of the conference, hence I will not say much. But I wish that these 2 days of deliberations, discussions on digital forensics will be very fruitful, and you will come up with new ideas that will help provide new policies, new directions to digital forensics, and take the state of Goa forward and the country forward in that direction. As Dr. Chaudhary has pointed out, we have shortfall in expertise, in manpower, and we are also committed as a higher educational institute to help with the process. We'll see if we can bring in some courses with regard to cybersecurity, PhD programs, which are already existing, to strengthen them, and in whatever ways we can to strengthen your hand, NFSU. Forensics anyway is something I'm sure that will attract young minds. When we talk about forensics, it's a Latin word meaning in open court or public, and we gather scientific evidence to solve a crime and take it to the courts for a legal system. Forensics in many ways have always been romanticized in literature, in movies. We all have read, Sherlock Holmes, for example, Agatha Christie, Omkesh Bakshi, and if we can excite our young generation, with stories of forensic science, and with the multidisciplinarity that is required, the critical thinking that is required, the observations that is required, a whole lot of skill set that is required, I'm sure they will be excited, and we'll have more young minds joining the bandwagon to work on cybersecurity and data forensics. And over the years, things have developed. As a biologist, I know how DNA profiling, DNA fingerprint changed the way forensics is looked at. In addition to fingerprinting, which has always been in the traditional way. And as data blossomed, more and more data is created. It has to be, I know as a biologist, we call it big data. We have tremendous amount of data in life sciences, in healthcare. Computer proficiency was required in forensics at a time, but with burgeoning of data science, it has become more important over the years. Various policies have come across, and I hope that in India also we can have our own policies, own ways of looking at that, own ways of analyzing data, creating our own tools to take this field forward. On behalf of BITS Pilani Goa, especially all those who are outside Goa, have a good time here, very warm, nice climate, and enjoy the 2 days of deliberations. And I'm sure this is just the beginning, as Dr. Chaudhary has mentioned, and has a great future. Thank you all for being with us, and best wishes to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We look further for such collaborations towards innovation and research in cybersecurity and digital forensics. We now move on to our Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, Shri Pramod Sawantji. Sir has earned a Bachelor's of Ayurveda Medicine and Surgery degree from Ganga Education Society's Ayurvedic Medical College in Kolhapur. Sir was sworn as the 13th Chief Minister of State of Goa. Sir has been re-elected as the Chief Minister of Goa for the second consecutive term. Sir has served as a Speaker in the Goa Legislative Assembly and has been second time elected member of the Legislative Assembly from Sankhli constituency. Sir has been chairman of various organizations and cooperative societies. Sir was awarded by the State Youth Awards and Goa State Help Group Federations. Sir has been a popular leader, as Sir Kundu sir rightly said. Sir is marked by cool exuberance, stature, and Sir has been a leader, popular leader and foreman in social work, and Sir has been instrumental in providing employment opportunities to aspiring youths of Goa. So I would now request our Honorable Chief Minister, sir, to address our intellectual galaxy.
Namaskar. Very good morning to all the present here for the International Conference on the Information Security, Privacy and Digital Forensic. Present along with me, Mr. Jashpal, DEP Goa, Sri Rajiv Dhankar, Professor Dr. S.S. Iyengar, Distinguished Professor of the Florida International University, Professor Dr. Suman Kundu, Director of BITS Pilani Goa, Professor Dr. Naveen Kumar Chaudhary, the Campus Director for the National Forensic Science University Goa, C.B. Jadeja, Admiral Sahani. Respected dignitaries sitting on the dais and respected dignitaries among the audience, dedicated professionals, respected faculties and participants, and my dear students. It is a pleasure and honor to be the part of inaugural ceremony of International Conference on the Information Security, Privacy and Digital Forensic, organized by National Forensic Science University and Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel National Institute of Technology and Birla Institute of Technology in BITS Pilani Goa campus. I feel truly excited to be present among the veterans of the forensic science, cyber security and computer forensic. At the same time, I am amazed to see the students, the future of the nation budding with a great emerging and enthusiasm. The conference is in the point of confluence where expertise from across the world have come together to share their knowledge and propagate the scientific of the cybersecurity and computer forensics and their various aspects. I must congratulate the organizer to the theme of choosing the most appropriate theme, the information security, privacy and computer science. I also welcome all the speakers and participants to Goa, of this beautiful land of the beaches, temples and churches. Science and technology is an integral part of our life. But the coin has two sides. The fire that brings the light and warmth and heat. If it is not monitored and controlled, can cause the havoc and burn the greatest of the things to ashes. The science and technology has a similar part to play in the success or a failure of any nation. Two of the greatest inventions of this 20th century, one, the computer and the internet, have changed the entire world. It is interesting that the children born in the beginning of this millennium cannot even imagine a world without the internet connectivity and a mobile device. The great example of this positive side of the internet and related technology became very clear and during the COVID-19 pandemic. In the period when there is a self-isolation and social distancing were essential to control the COVID-19 outbreak, the internet helped the people remain connected and make payments, buy essentials, and very importantly, to do their work. The concept of work from home became more familiar to us than ever before. The exchange of the knowledge continued through the different modes of remote learning and most popularly being the online teaching. This is also the period when, even though the older generation could overcome the hesitant of using the gadgets and they are the sufficiently used to technology. The internet use is increasing significantly during the period and hope that it is mostly for the good. The cyber crimes can be broadly classified into the three things. The first, crime against the people. For example, the cyber harassment, the credit card fraud, and identity theft and online defamations, etc. Second, the crime against the property. For example, the hacking, the virus transmission, the copyright infringement, etc. And third, the crime against the government, and which mainly includes the hacking, access to confidential information, cyber warfare, and cyber terrorism. The crime against the government is considered the attack on the nation's sovereignty. As per the data of the National Crime Record Bureau, the total 52,974 cases were registered under the cyber crimes, showing an increase in 5.9% registered over 2020. The crime rate under this category has increased from 3.7 in 2020 to 3.9 in 2021. During the 2021, 60.8% cybercrime cases has registered were for the motive of the fraud, and followed by the sexual exploitations with the 8.6% and extortions with the 5.4%. It is alarming that the cybercrime cases have been exhibiting a steady spike since 2018. There have been several reports of the data breach in the recent past. The security of personal, organizational, and government information is not completely secure. One of the reasons is that the offender who commits the cybercrimes have been a few steps ahead by utilizing the latest technology to commit the crime in the cyberspace. And the second reason is the lack of education and awareness among the people about the technology and online scam. It is rightly said that, and with a great power comes the great responsibility. Even the children are using the online tools for learning or playing the online games. It is very important to take them aware for the consequences of the careless use of technology. The importance of the comprehensively addressing the social media, the privacy issue cannot be underestimated. The challenge of the calls from skilled experts in order to confront the challenges of the cyber threat in all aspects. Effectively, there is a need of awareness, knowledge, and skills about the emerging trends of the cybercrime and training in the latest technology of the cyber security and computer forensics. The cybercrime is a threat to the progress and security of our nation. The need of our is to create the cyber warriors to combat the cybercrimes. These fine words of Rabindranath Tagore, let us not pray to be sheltered from the dangers, but to be the fearless when facing them, are the words of courage that every citizen of our nation must follow and fight back cybercrime. Computer forensics and digital forensics, or the cyber forensics, is the application of the investigation and analysis techniques to gather and preserve the digital evidences from a particular computing device in a way that is suitable for the presentation in a court of law. The extraction and analysis of information from this device is very critical. Cybercrimes are not easy to investigate because the crime since exists in the digital world and therefore there is a great demand of the skilled professionals in this area. It is clear that cybersecurity and digital forensics are integral to the national security. To fulfill the need and train the experts in the different areas of the forensic science, the Government of India has established National Forensic Science University through the National Forensic Science University Act 2020 under the Ministry of the Home Affairs. I can proudly say that the university is one of its kind in the world. It is a matter of pride for us to have the campus of National Forensic Science University in state of Goa. This is in fact the first educational institute in Goa that offers the academic program in forensic science, cybersecurity and digital forensics. And surely it is expected to offer the many other programs in the related areas in future. The transit campus of the National Forensic Science University Goa currently functioning in the Kurti Fonda. The government of Goa has already given the 2 lakh square meter of the land in the Harbandada for establishing of the NFSU campus on a grant basis and to promote, to offer the, and also promise to offer the support in future. This has given the Goan youth an opportunity to get taught and trained from the top professional knowledge in the field of cybersecurity and forensic science and contribute towards the safety and security and the future of our nation. I believe that this conference will be the platform for the faculties, professionals and students for sharing the knowledge, experience and the latest update in the field of the information security, the privacy and the digital forensic. Once again, I wish all the best for the delegates and organizers for organizing this seminar. And also I am inviting you people for the World Ayurveda Congress, which the Ayush Department, Government of Goa and Vigyan Bharati organizing from 8th of December to the 11th of December in Panjim near to the Kala Academy. Thank you, one and all. Jai Hind, Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your extensive address. Today's keynote address will be delivered by Dr. S.S. Iyengar, Distinguished Professor, Florida International University, USA. Dr. Iyengar completed his undergraduate and graduate degrees at UVCE Bangalore and Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. He earned his doctoral degree from Mississippi State University. He is currently the Distinguished University Professor, Ryder Professor of Computer Science, and a former Director of the Knight Foundation School of Computing and Information Sciences at Florida International University, Miami, USA. He is also the founding director of the Discovery Lab. Prior to joining FIU, he was the Roy Paul Daniels Distinguished Professor and a chairman of the Computer Science Department for over 20 years at Louisiana State. Recently, he has been awarded the IBM Faculty Award, FIU Top Scholar Award, and NRI Gandhi Pravasi Award in London, along with the Medal of Honor. I hereby request Dr. Iyengar to kindly deliver the keynote address, sir. So, I would request all the dignitaries to kindly please take the first seat on the rows of the dais. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, let me go ahead and start. It's my real honor and pride to be here because I'm also an associate with the National Forensic Science University as a University Distinguished Chair Professor under the leadership of Vice Chancellor Vas and Dean Naveen Kumar Chaudhary, and now he is the Director of NFSU at Goa. Can everybody hear me at the back? Yeah. So this is a wonderful time to be working on a very important problem of global importance. The threats are continuously increasing one way or the other, and these are what we call as unstructured threats. However well you are trained to sort of come up with a defensive mechanism for many of the threats, these are very difficult ones. So I am speaking in the context of United States experience and all around the world, where I've been traveling and giving talks on digital forensics. This is a very important problem, but a very difficult problem also. So I'm so happy that I'm here, and I'm a part of this digital forensic science university, a great university under the leadership of Dr. Vas and also Home Minister, and of course our distinguished Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. I was also kind of seeing here our Chief Minister of Goa is a very young man, and I was asking him, I took almost 76 years of my existence to come to some national importance or global importance, but he's so smart and young, and I asked him what is the secret of his success. And so one thing he said, I work for the people and I work for the welfare of the country, welfare of the state of Goa. This is my secret, and it's very well indeed. So I'm in a similar mode now at this point, although I left India 50 years back, and of course I always come to India quite often as a Homi Baba professor, distinguished Satish Dhawan professor, to Indian Institute of Science, traveling all around the country, talking. But this is a great opportunity. My wife always used to tell me, you worked hard and enough in the United States, go back and do something in India, that's where you come from. So I'm in that kind of process now. I've been visiting a lot of universities, giving talks, and so this is a great opportunity to meet at this turning point, especially in an area which is very, very important. And again, I want to thank the dignitaries. If the talk is a little more technical, so please bear with me because there are a lot of professors and other people are here, but I'll make it sort of humorous and light, in my talk and see how it goes. Thank you. Again, as I said, the Vice Chancellor Vas has been a real pivotal person for this campus. I mean, when once he said, oh, Professor Iyengar, you should come and work with us, I basically said, I will work. I don't need any money or anything. I can spend my time here as much as I can. And so I'm very grateful to him for giving me an opportunity here to be a distinguished chair professor. And of course, all of you have seen Dr. Naveen Kumar. He is an outstanding person with an impeccable sort of dedication and commitment to work in the area of cyber security. And I'm also proud to be associated with all of the administrators from NFSC. And you know, the most important thing as a professor or as a researcher anywhere in the world, the backbone of any distinguished professor is the students and the people who are working with me. I had the privilege of working with over 65 PhD students, many colleagues, many funding agencies funded millions of dollars. But what is very important is to show the deliverability of that. So all of them have contributed, and they have made me what I am today. And thanks to all of the colleagues who have sort of worked all over, and there are some here at this point in time. So thank to them, and of course, okay, so this is the National Science Forensic University. FIU is in Miami, Florida, a very important place. That's also like perhaps Goa, a very diversified state, especially South Florida, that's where you'll see people from all over the world. You know, there are a lot of Spanish people, diversity as much as you can see what I have been seeing in Goa too, and also close to the beach. Yeah. So the outline of the talk is very critical because I want to give you some real statistics of what is going on, and that's very important. And so there are some techniques which we've been explored called deep learning, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. Some of those things perhaps I will go through that. It may be a little technical, but just sort of get a good feeling about it. And then, of course, you know, everything when we talk about artificial intelligence is about the neural network model. So I will also sort of touch upon the neural network model. And deep fakes, you know, nowadays, the kind of things which are going on social media in different places is phenomenal because, as I think we have heard this morning in some of this overview by the Chief Minister and you know, the Naveen Kumar and all of those people, you know, the people who are creating all of these incidences are not really the people whom we track or keep track of them. These are people, you cannot predict them. These are ordinary citizens of any part of the world, and they can create a havoc, especially in this context. So how do we sort of explain that? What do we do? You know, I mean, in fact, I was so surprised to see even my picture and all of those things. I'm giving a talk in some university in Africa. So, and when somebody alerted me, so that means people can sort of completely manipulate the images on the scene and create a fake. I'll give you some examples on that and some of these interesting ideas. So, just to give you a sort of statistics, you should be aware there are lots of attacks are taking place in a day. And I'm only sort of talking in the context of not United States, all over the world, you know, and almost some kind of 1 million attacks a day in some form or the other. Now, you know, a lot of IT industries have spent an enormous amount of money to counterattack many of these, what we call as a threat intelligence. How do we develop on this to reduce the concept of cyber insecurity risk? But it is not that difficult, easy, because now we are vulnerable. As I was talking to the generals here, you know, the things are very chaotic and there are no systematic rules. So anything can be a sort of an attack and it can be really dangerous to the society. So what are the skills that are needed and what are the resources that are kind of needed to carry out? This is what we call as risk auditing. Very important, because I mean, remember, these are just heuristics. But again, tomorrow there may be a new threat. So we'll again go back and see how we can project on and see. So the defenses may not be as good as offenses, because the people who are committing these crimes, and I know for a fact in United States, some of these national security agencies and all, these are powerful, good programmers. These are hackers. I mean, they know this, you know, ins and outs of the hardware and the system software. I mean, they can get your password, they can attack the system. And I mean, you know, you have seen, it may be coming from Russia, here and there. I mean, they can completely control the oil flow from one part of the state to the other state, anywhere in the world. So that is the kind of hackers they can do about it. So treat intelligence an option. So we say that we have adopted to that tree, but still exists, but there are a lot of challenges. In fact, I was talking recently to the Dr. Dayanand from Head Intelligence in Bangalore, and he was giving me some examples of how we have to be adaptive to some of these threat challenges. In fact, we also be sort of giving a workshop for them. So threat intelligence can be a powerful source of data to help pre-authorize what to fix first. So that can only help you, but so just because the challenges persist, we can't be simply keeping quiet, meaning because we are quite smart, we can sort of navigate in a direction to at least to minimize the effect. So that is the status of thing what we are trying to do. So what I would say that is, this is not just computer science, because this is much as science as an art, that blurs between humans and technology. Both are on the defenses and offensive. That's a very beautiful way to sort of how every component of science and arts are taken. So securing an open source software, a paradigm shift in this particular age. So that the last paragraph is very, very critical, because what we are really talking about is this is as much a science of an art and a technology that blurs the distinctions between the human and technology. So this is the kind of a status right now we are in today. So what we need is, as our Director Vinay Kumar Chaudhary already said, many of these things, next generation of digital forensic trends and challenges. There is a rapid advancement of information and communication technology is taking place, both in the context of enhancement of technology, but anything can happen between the digital transactions, and it has a lot of benefits to the life of individual and organization. Example, IoT, Internet of Things, cloud-based services, cyber physical systems, smart mobile devices, but there are a lot of disadvantages also. So the technology, whatever that we have sort of moved further and enhanced, has also presented many of the challenges and security issues, and that's a very important thing for us to know. So one of the things I would say, some of the examples of next generation digital forensic challenges, is privacy, security, and law enforcement. That is something we are really talking about it. How do you sort of protect the next generation of internet services? Now, cloud forensics is also important, because cloud is able to help us to sort of communicate, store data, but there is a lot of privacy and security issues are also there. Finance forensics, there is also, we are talking about the transaction, from one bank to the other, from one part of the world to the other. Digital payment of forensics, it's also being used, and deep fake forensics, virtual crimes in the information age, reverse engineering and future challenges. So you see that although we have advanced in many aspects of these things, there are still a lot of interesting problems to meet. So let us know the facts here. Over 4,000 ransom attack takes place around the world. This is from the FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigations, puts up the statistics every day to see what, for example, the statistics, what is going on. So that is a very monumental task. An average of 24,000 malicious mobile apps are blocked daily on various mobile apps technology. So semantic. More than half the organizations with IoT devices have no security measures in place. That is from the IoT world. And every 39 seconds, there is a new attack somewhere on the web. So every 39 seconds, and remember the number of people who use the web around the world. And globally, there are 30,000 websites are hacked daily. So these are some of the important sort of statistics we need to know and see how we are able to sort of work on this. So there is another sneak preview on the state of cybersecurity attacks. 300,000 new pieces of malwares are created daily. 60% of all the malicious domains on the internet are associated with SAM. That's why your system is kind of getting blocked. The most popular malicious email attachment extensions are .zip and .jar. You've seen that. It will also cost companies around the world around $6 trillion. Remember that, to fix some of these breaches in 2022. This is a very important number for cybercrime magazine that one can think about it. And also email is responsible for 91% of all cyber attacks. So you can see, although email has facilitated for us to communicate, that's the best thing, because any part of the world, in fact, as yesterday I was communicating with a lot of my folks through a faculty meeting from Goa to Miami without any problem. But this is true, 90% all of them are cyber attacks caused this. So FriendFinder's website lost 412 million user accounts after being hacked. This is from the Wall Street. So what is that, the statistics is giving you, and I mean, this is maybe about 3 or 4 weeks before what I am presenting today. This is the real status right now, what we are in. So we must be able to work. And the place where we are to work is a conference like this, National Forensic Science University under Vas and Vinayak Chaudhary. So all Vinayak Kumar Chaudhary. So this is important. So this is an area much harder to solve, but an area that we have already, at least I'm so happy, India is moving forward. And I also tell you, since I have traveled all around the world, NFSC is positioned to come up with this solution to a problem worldwide, and that is the only university that you see digital forensics being a university is completely allocated to do that kind of work. So let me give you an example is, are you a hacker? That's a question that I would like to pose to all of you. White, gray and black hat comparison. So like white hat considered to be a good guy because he follows the rules, and when it comes to hacking into systems without permission and obeying responsible disclosure laws. The second one is gray hat. He may have some good intentions but might not disclose flaws and immediate fixes. So that's the second one. He prioritizes his own kind of perception of right versus wrong. Then of course the black hat. So the black hat considered as what we normally call as cyber critical. They don't sleep over whether or not something is illegal or wrong. So that's the kind of a problem that we are posing. So they will exploit the security flaws for personal or political gain or even for fun. So there is a lot of interesting things that takes place in many of these things. There are very bright kids I have seen. They actually for fun they hack the system. I mean, they hack the entire university registration system. They change the name, they change the grades. So that is the status right now we are in at this point. So let us understanding the new idea of artificial intelligence and deep learning, how it is kind of enhancing the power of preventing many of these kind of problems which we have known. So one of the areas which we call it as robust deep learning based on digital forensics. So artificial intelligence and machine learning is what we call as machine learning is a subfield of artificial intelligence. So neural networks basically make up of backbone of deep learning algorithms, and deep learning is a subfield of machine intelligence. That's how it is sort of classified. So machine learning, we're already using it, but that's not enough, because deep learning is something we want to use it because the deep learning techniques needs a lot of data. It's a data hungry technique that we need to be able to provide that. So robust learning digital forensics is basically a technique to develop computer systems that can perform tasks that normally require human intelligence. Now you must have heard of Alexa and some of the chess game IBM has developed, and there are many other Watson game. They're all based on what we call as ruse and based on the rules they have designed an expert system, and those expert systems have been implicated and implemented very efficiently. And you know that IBM Watson intelligence system beat the chess expert. So that means it is possible, but you need to be able to have large amount of data, large amount of rules, and then you need a computer to solve that in real time. Now, the question that comes here, do we have those kind of computers to solve? Yes. You know, now of course there is a new area called quantum computing. I'll come into that at the end of my talk. But it is possible, but you know, 25 years back, if you had asked me, I would have said quantum computer is probably a most theoretical idea. Not anymore, because there are lots of companies have already begun to explore and build computers. But we'll talk about quantum forensics later on. So AI learning models, the artificial intelligence power, there are different types of models: supervised model, unsupervised model, semi-supervised model, and reinforcement learning. So when you have supervised model, you have a lot of labeled data sets. So we'll go through each one of them. And so application areas, as I said, Alexa and other smart assistant, self-driving cars. You know, autonomous cars are in very good existence, and even I think I understand many of the major companies are using autonomous vehicles for transferring goods from one part of the country to the other very efficiently. Okay, and robo advisors, and that's very important. Conversational bots, you know, email spam filters. So many of these areas, application areas, where AI enhancement learning has been used very efficiently. So let's talk about supervised learning. So email management training. You know, there is email, a lot of it we get. Like a postman will send an email to an inbox. That's what we always retrieve that. So we can use a user agent to write small news, and then you can see, same as the DNS like Lucky Lotto and other things. So you are able to use the supervised learning models to get some external feedback to learning functions that can map onto the output observation. So you can certainly manage, and I try to avoid some of these things using the supervised learning models. So data is labeled, and then you can see what is a spam and what is a good email, and then we can sort of work on that. So that is why we can sort of do an email management, but it is still somewhat tough, because sometimes if you have an email from your boss and then you see it may be a spam or not, you want an immediate response, or he wants for some reason. So there are rules, but that might delay the process of fetching that. So this is what the interesting thing, what is all about it. Now there is another method called supervised learning algorithms, where we use logistic regression as a statistical analysis method to predict a binary outcome such as yes or no based on prior observation of a data state. So this is another thing which is being used, and because there are some statistical significance by using those kind of methods. Then unsupervised learning is a kind of a model which is focused on learning a pattern. You know, that's how we do that, because when we are doing a face recognition, it's a pattern, because this is how he looks, and based on certain patterns that we are able to identify. The input data. The input data in many of these cases are unenabled and does not have a known result. So this is a very famous algorithm called K-means algorithm that we developed in the early part of the 1980s. Then semi-supervised learning uses a set of curated labeled data. So if you have some labeled data and you try to sort of infer with some of the new labels or attributes of the data set, then input data is essentially a mixture of both labeled and unlabeled data. Example, so there is a desired prediction problem that whatever we want from this, but the model must learn the structure. See, the very interesting thing, I always try to give you an example like a child. When the child is growing up, the neural network is very powerful because it is connecting, trying to connect from different neurons. So you show a tree and tell him, okay, this is what it looks like, a mango tree. And then you show him a different oak tree, then he already has a very definite pattern of how a mango tree looks. So when you show him an oak tree and say, oh, this is no, dad, that is not a mango tree, that's a different tree. So that's the way you are able to sort of develop a prediction based on that. So go back to the email spam, so you will have other area of learning called the reinforcement learning. The reinforcement learning is what we call as a machine learning technique that enables a model to learn in an interactive environment. That's what we really need. And error and feedback to its own actions and experiences. Like pick a topic, example Google G, suit Google AI engine queries on various mail folder to understand whether the email is spam or not. But people also sort of work on different aspects of it, but it does not come true all the time. So machine learning is basically a computer program. That's essentially what it is. That improves automatically through experience and by the use of data. So that is a part of the AI system that we talk about it. Now, the image recognition system, speech recognition, right? See, this is a very important area. As early as 1972, there was a speech recognition system that was quite developed at different places in America. So, people were talking with the different accents. And, you should be able to suppose an example of the word like beautiful. You suppose, although I lived in America for some time, my accent may also be a little different. The Spanish person will say, so how do you sort of recognize this kind of speech? And they have developed what we call as a hearsay system for the image understanding and image processing, and at the same time for the speech system also. And medical diagnosis, that there is a very powerful system nowadays, where you can diagnose every different type of diseases by machine learning systems. In fact, that's what the doctors do. As soon as they get a blood analysis report, they run through this analysis, and then they'll start making the decisions like what a typical doctor does. Then, of course, finally the doctor will make the decision what needs to be done. But you see, that's why I was trying to continue to make an organizational thought here is, this is as much of a science and art that combines in the process of enhancing the human technology. And then, of course, the predictive analysis. We developed many predictive analysis AI-based tools for many of the applications for US Army Research Office in sometime in 1980. So the problem was very simple. If they are doing trying to move a tactical weapons from one area to the other, where there is mountains and things like, what is the fastest way of reaching from point A to point B? That we are able to provide based on the data that is available as one. That's a system that is still being used in many, many places. So that's based on the predictive analysis, what we call as a military predictive analysis technique is essentially predicting a very good road pathway for moving a vehicle in a very unstructured environment. So the vehicle does not have any idea of how the environment looks, but we are providing that kind of a feedback to move and avoid any obstacles and reach the end point. So deep learning. So this is kind of a very famous idea that's being sort of tossed out last 5 years. So deep learning is a category of machine learning that emphasizes training the computer basic instincts of human beings. Very beautiful. Because essentially, once we can train the computer as what we think, like for example, if you are driving an autonomous vehicle, that's what they've used for deep learning techniques. Even if it sees an unstructured event, it is able to make decisions safely. So learning from large data. So that's essentially whatever it is. That means when you are provided large amount of data, we should be able to do that. Vision for driverless cars. Tesla has developed a wonderful one. Services of chatbots, insurance, banking, pharmaceutical, customizing medicines based on the particular genome and diseases. That's another beautiful way of talking about deep learning is, if somebody has a very peculiar type of cancer, they are able to sort of understand based on the genome type, what would be a good medicine based on the deep learning technique for him or her to at least sustain the the living of that individual for some more years. So all of those things have been developed very successfully on deep learning technique. So deep learning is a machine learning technique that imitates the way human gain certain types of knowledge. So if you look at it, I am a professor at this, I am at this age, but I'm still learning because there are a lot of students, a lot of professors. So it's a learning system that incrementally builds. However much you have learned in your brain, still there is a lot more needs to be done. So data science, collecting the science, analyzing and interpretation of large volumes of data. That's very, very important, especially in deep learning. Now, very important in many of these forensic applications, as what I've understood, is the diagonalization of the real-time data is very important. If there is an accident, if there is a terrorism attack in one particular place, I've collected all of these data, can I be able to give some sort of a report to my boss as early as possible? So when you look at all of those kind of speeds of the process, especially in the context of deep learning, the number of load layers, the neural the different layers, or depth of the neural networks, how big is that? Because if it is too deep of a neural network model, the processing takes more time. And so you have to sort of distinguish between a single neural network from a deep learning algorithm. So in general, you must have at least a minimum of 3 kind of a layer for many of the deep learning applications. Now, there are a lot of algorithms we have developed in the deep learning. And there's just a least square regression, linear, logistic regression, stepwise, and locally estimated. You see K nearest neighbor, vector quantumization. So each one of them is a very different topic. There's a lot amount of work that has been done. So the most important thing is how can you sort of use, let's say, a convolution neural network for a specific application is very important, or a recurrent neural, Boltzmann machine. I think there are a couple of papers I see that have been coming, the difference between how Boltzmann machine can be used for solving many of these problems. So deep learning or some of the legacy algorithms. So see, whenever we try to look for a new algorithm or a new technique, we always want to sort of see how does it perform. So you can see here the number of data in terms of terabytes and algorithm performance. The legacy algorithms, but you can see the performance or the type of deep learning I mentioned here for various applications has been phenomenal. It's kind of increasing linearly, and it is very good and important, and that's why it is becoming very important. Okay, now I want to sort of see how robust deep learning can be applied in digital forensics. Now, digital forensics like cybercrime investigation, child abuse investigations, malware classification, steganograph analysis and image form. So there are many more applications that one can think about it, but we'll talk about it. So let's say we have used what we call as a deep belief network, which uses the more number of layers you use, the better off the results are. Like, for example, using a deep belief network, what we call a DPM, it uses 6 layers, user skills level, online interest and searches, very important. Classification and regression trees, that's also good for casual users. Internet for chat users, office work users, using recurrent neural networks and Bayesian networks. So these are the methods and the deep learning technique that have been used in digital forensics. And then, of course, when we talk about the IoT-enabled optimal deep learning-based convolution network, has been very phenomenal. We have written several papers in that. So that will assist in the process of suspect identification very fast. So, elephant herd optimization algorithm was also sort of being used to optimize the hyperparameters of the deep learning and the CNN model. Then there is another algorithm we have looked at. It is called the decision stump. In making the decisions, where the machine learning can play and how it can be used analyzing large data sets which have a lot of noise, and then sort of revealing the criminal behavior and criminal intents by learning from previous activities data based on that. Then, of course, the blockchain assisted shared audit framework is also being used later on by a lot of people, and I think I did talk to some people that are using that for digital forensic data and interthink platform. Virtually computing is an example. Then case-based reasoning is also very important, and they're a type of normally what we call as a symbolic AI programming. That's the language that is being used is called the Prolog, and that has been used for many of the expert system devices. Then image pattern recognition is very important. I'll tell you. In 1992, I was asked by the Naval Research Laboratory, the general or somebody, they said, of course, through the university system, I would like you to come up with identifying some elements in the large amount of satellite data. They wouldn't tell me because, I was a foreigner. So I said what kind of, data they need. And I think I know now they were looking for submarines. In those days, there were a lot of Russian submarines used to be on Atlantic waters. So they collected large amount of satellite data, and we were able to provide a beautiful AI-based expert system that can detect. So they gave me a lot of data, so I was able to, with my students, take the, remove a lot of noise and then come up with labeling data. And then afterwards use some of the AI-based rule techniques to precisely identify the shape of the object. So I can see very well what they were looking, although they did not tell me they were looking for submarines in those days, okay? And now even today they are being used. So we were the first people. I was the first Indian. Of course, I'm an Indian American now, to develop an image understanding system for the US Army and Navy system. Nobody had done that till 1989. I mean, of course, they funded it, and that's being used. I don't know the reason because of the security. Very powerful system, the image understanding system, because you take any knowledge. So now with all of the deep learning techniques, we can do a lot better than what we did in those days. So the image understanding system is very important. Of course, we did a lot of technical work for them. So when I was nominated for an award, there was a very distinguished scientist like Ravin Kumar Chowdhury. So he's nominating me, and then he wrote in that, Dr. Iyengar is the first person to develop image understanding system in the country. I saw that write-up, and he didn't tell me much about it. Anyway, I got the award and all of those things. So what I'm telling is, those are the kinds of expertise that we can use with a lot more technical capabilities like deep learning for many of the applications. The other interesting aspect is the knowledge discovery. So one of the things with many of the deep learning techniques that happens is, as you sort of, working on the system to discover something happening, the intensity of the knowledge is also increasing for the system. So it's not just the technique is doing it, the enhancement of the data and other things is also moving up in those kind of things. So knowledge discovery on the fly is very important, especially nowadays for many of these applications. So now there is this new idea called deep fakes, okay? And I think you have heard of some of these things very well. So deep fakes are created using artificial intelligence techniques where real images are fed into the system, which is trained by using two parts. One which creates fake images, okay? And the other which spots the fake until it cannot tell the difference between the real and fake. This is quite common. You will see with some of the examples that I'm showing you, you cannot differentiate a famous Burt Reynolds actor from a very famous James Bond movie actor, So that's a very common phenomenon. So what is the past and present deepfakes? Facebook, they are working on this progression application, using both Apple and Android, and there are a lot of people, you see some of these publications, they've elaborated very distinctively on many of these applications. So what are the different types of deepfake? So the reason I'm sort of using this as an example is, this is becoming very common nowadays. One of a million examples that you can think. So face synthesis, facing swap, and then facial attributes and expression, and expression swap, lip syncing video. Because what is happening, at least in the United States, I can see people are not singers, but they're singing with all their kind of lip movements and everything. It almost looks very real, like a profession, okay? And they're making money out of it, but some of them are caught. And so here is an example of the entire idea of what we call as the face synthesis, So this manipulation creates non-existent face images through powerful GAN. This is called, generative adversarial network model. So you can create this manipulation of the entire set of non-existent face images, and this is a courtesy of one of the papers published in 2020 in Information Fusion. Now, identity swap, that is another thing which you are talking. It manipulates one person face with another through videos. That's also possible. I mean, you can see the real and you see the, the fake ones. So you can see the techniques they have used is what is called as face swapping, and deep fake. So this is also a paper published in one of those journals. Then attributes manipulation. Here you can retouch and edit person with some attributes such as hair, color, skin, gender, and adding glasses. So you will see here all of those things. These are all the real images and these are all the fake images. Do you see any difference? It's almost identical. See, because face recognition is a very important technique. I don't know how many of you have noticed. The moment you enter into any international US airport, you may not be knowing the very fact that you are sort of going from the counter to counter, and the security, they are continuously mapping the faces of the person who is going through. Because just to see whether a terrorist is sort of going through that, after this all of these things that happened in September of maybe 20 years back. So this kind of nowadays, these kind of images can be faked. So this is another example. Expression swap. So here you see this is the real and this is the target and this is the fake. You see here how, for example, they can do an expression swap, on this. So this is what we call as an information fusion. This is what I do. I take all the information and fuse for a different application, but this can also be done using deep learning. Now, here is an example. I think, so you see this person, this is the person we are interested. Now, the best of deep fakes is, everybody knows Sean Connery, an old, James Bond actor who passed away. And this is Burt Reynolds, okay? He's also an actor. And you will see that how, for example, one can be changed to the other. So you can take the Sean Connery image and create a Burt Reynolds image. So this kind of, example using deep fakes has been very phenomenal, and we have to be very careful, especially in digital forensics. So let's understand how these images and videos are made. So what they normally do is they take different set of images, they cascade all of these images to the video, and how are the videos timed? They did the restreaming transfer and steganography. So deep learning and deep generative models have taken the field of deep fakes generation. So that's another important thing. So deepfake databases that are available nowadays, like deepfake timid and face forensic, celebration, there is several things on the YouTube that is available, and this is one small problem of a very complex process of digital forensics. So extreme advancement that has made in all of those things is, this is what we call as a group specifications area, where what you do technically is you create a thin layer of images that matches the exact output of destination. And then like matching the mole and face by preserving other properties like keeping the skin color, contrast, stringness, scar, age factor, skin, and illumination. Okay? Now, this is the extreme advancement you can see, and you can expect who this actress is. Angela Mangione is a very famous actress. So here is an example of what people have done, with the kind of manipulation using the deep learning technique, and how they are able to sort of look one from the other, and then slowly you will see how, for example, they can create a complete picture in the context of a thing. So these are all the very important part of the whole thing. So what are the major challenges we have? So we need image authentication and verification, very important. Okay, so the other thing which is also important is audio verification. Biometric authentication, of course we do have, but it is not perfect, because We do have the fingerprints and other types of biomarks, but good. Privacy-aware technologies and social implication. Criminal investigations for a crime against the property. So these are all the 5 major challenges that one can think about. So what are the current challenges that we have? Now, the current challenges, as I said, large volume data. I mean, the kind of deep lake characterization and identification takes a lot more images and time. So raising data volumes has been one of the most important factors. And there are a lot of, flood of electronic gadgets in the market that is available. So you don't need a real expert, even somebody who's kind of drinking in many of these algorithms. Sophisticated evolution of cyber attacks, uncontrolled internet, distributed application of the software, some of these kind of examples, okay? So now, what I would say is, especially in this area of how these kind of threats are sort of taking place, especially in this context of our conference, information security, privacy and digital. So necessity is the mother of invention. So the need to communicate led to the different communication devices. This is a prime example of the expression, necessity is another thing very important. So I think I would be taking some questions from all of you, or any of you who have questions. So what we have basically summarized in this talk is, this is a very difficult area. As I said, you may have lots of defenses for many of the applications that we can think. Of course, I'm only talking about the deep learning techniques, but there are some other complex examples also that can be thought of. So how do you sort of handle the large volume of data? I was talking to somebody in the context of quantum forensics. There's another area which is coming, because where you have any amount of data you have, and within a very limited time, how you are able to process the data and then give a very nice support and inference on that. So I think with this, what I have summarized is basically in the context of digital forensics, basically the idea of deep learning is very critical component, again in the context of artificial intelligence and machine learning. And there are still a lot more things people can work out. And I will also be giving a workshop on 5th, 6th and 7th, and and more extensively with more algorithms and implications of some of these algorithms. And I think I want to thank Director Chaudhary, who has arranged this for the benefit of students and anybody who's going to be here. Okay, I think at this point I will stop and solicit any questions that you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Iyengar, for such a nice talk. So I have a question. It's a two-parter. Right. So the first part is, you still want to detect those fake images, right? And we want to build those systems, those can detect the fake images. The second part is, do you think this is a game? It's a two-party game, right? Two-player game, or a two-party zero-sum game, with one creating the deep fake images and the other party who wants to detect them.
Yeah, good question. I think there are two components to it. Now, okay, I'll answer the second question. See, what we are doing right now in many of these digital forensics, that's what I think I was talking to the distinguished gentleman here. What we are doing is we are playing a game here. This is a game theory approach, okay? Now, there is a very well-known algorithm which we have published called Nash equilibrium algorithm. A Nobel Prize by name John Nash. I happened to meet him at Purdue University, and we discussed a lot and we published it. I published a lot in it. So, this is a game, we are playing, and the game has become very sophisticated because the people in the community are too smart people, okay? So don't take it for granted. There are a lot of, in India is a very powerful country. I know that I'm looking from a different distance. America cannot beat because the kind of intelligence, in India have, that is why under, Prime Minister Modi ji has earned a lot of respect, because anytime when I go to National Science Foundation or any other place, they always say they want to do something on game theory. Okay, so game theory, yes, but Is it possible to beat the system? Yes, it is possible, because take for example IBM Watson reasoning system, So IBM Watson reasoning system, maybe 10, 15, 20 years back, I never thought they could beat a human being, human best chess player. But now they were able to do that very clear how. So the way in which it is, the amount of data that we have can be calibrated in the form of rules. And these rules can be used to help reasoning system. And that, see, with a computer you can do it a lot faster than human brain. I mean, forget about some of these very famous, chess players, they can do that, but computer can be much more faster because of the amount of resources and the computing speed there. So, it is possible, but it needs a lot more resources, a lot more think tank at National Forensic and Science University, both at Ahmedabad and here, but it is possible. So that's one of the real agenda that I would like to do is, how do we build this real think tank, reason-based system? I mean, you can do it for a large number of applications, because IBM also put a lot of good resources and bright people to solve only the chess game. That's why they were able to solve it and did very well. We also did some system for this DNA when I was at LSU. Of course, we didn't win an award, but we almost came to the award for identifying the genes in any person. Or if you give me the gene data, can you pinpoint exactly a pharmaceutical algorithm to give that patient a solution for that? It is possible, but still it is in the experiment stage. Okay, so there are things that is possible. It needs a lot of collaboration, building systems, and testing it. And it is happening. But again, as I say, the hackers are very important. Very strong. I've seen personally. People working in the national security agencies. There's really very smart people working 24 hours a day trying to minimize hacking. But still, many times they fail, because a hacker, even at one of those Cornell University, one student, and even I've seen in my own classes and all, the students, completely, when I was about to give a grade, he will completely change the grade and I'll have a different grade sheet. At the end of the things, and I'm trying to see who made an A, who made a B, I can't figure it out. But I see that on the system. So then I had to go back and see, what happened. And so, that's a kind of a thing, even at a very low level I'm thinking, but at a very high level. So the other question to you is, it is possible to build systems? And I think, we are capable in India to do that, especially at National Forensic University, Ahmedabad and here, because it needs a little more resources and maybe a well clearly defined project, and given a deliverable of 1 year, we can build a reasoning system like that. Now, there are a lot of good systems in Gandhinagar, I myself have seen, and I promised Dr. Ras and Dr. Chaudhary that we will build a virtual face for the the center they have, okay, which will happen very soon. We're going to work on that. So so what I am telling is, it is possible, but it's challenging. So the challenging is still there. So we can't take it for granted. And I always read. Although I worked in many national labs in the United States, I still don't have an access to meet the chief 4-star, 3-star general, because they always think, he's an Indian origin, he can think a lot faster. Whatever it is, you don't get an access and the security clearance. But I worked with a lot of people in many of the national labs. We developed a lot of techniques and they are using it to deliver systems which, probably those are secure classified things. But when they give it to us, we deliver the system and that's it. The only thing on the image understanding system I'm using is, when Dr. Laurent Hoyler wrote me a letter for that, I saw that, and that's where I see. So they're still using it. And even in Germany, many of the track-based systems for autonomous vehicles we have used. So what I'm telling you is, yes, it is possible to build systems like that. You need some real powerful programmers for that, and I think it's quite available, better than in America here I see, because Indians are famous for analytical thinking. And Dr. Kumar and Dr. Vyas and all of these people are good examples for that. So that kind of programming and sort of dedication is what is needed, and it is possible. The answer to your question, it will take some time. Thank you.
Sir, I
Any
have
other? Yeah, Dr. Kala.
Sir, this is with respect to deep fakes in the audios. There are 4 kinds of thing. One is a normal voice. Second, somebody is disguising. And third, it can be mimicked. And fourth, it can be synthetic voice. How we can apply this AI and ML in order to find out proactively or some method, reactive methods to identify these things or differentiate these things.
Okay. Good point. I think it's not easy, difficult. This is about the easiest thing. See, in mimicking is perhaps the easiest way, in my opinion, because you have a very famous singer like take Lata Mangeshkar, okay, and very famous singer, and it's being used, and you can clearly make out consistently the bandwidth and all the other frequency at different points how Lata Mangeshkar speaks. So it's easier to kind of take that kind of the data and sort of put it on a general person and then sort of synchronize, because the other interesting thing with this deep learning is how do you synchronize the lip movements, because they study a lot. They won't study 1 or 2 images, they study tons of images just to see with all different, the best, good, and how exactly they can manipulate. And of course, it is not going to be 100%, that is how they get caught. And so it will be probably 90%, they will do it. But again, there are some things which people cannot imitate. Lata Mangeshkar of the high pitch and low pitch was a very different song. So that is how they try. But people nowadays are very busy, so they want to listen to somebody who sings like Lata Mangeshkar, so they can play around those songs. So it is possible. I think that's not very. So the deep learning techniques, how they do is they sort of take segment by segment images of the lip, for 1 or 2 extremely difficult songs with long pitch, and they sort of segment it, and then they try to put that on this person. First, what they do is they synthetically create those images, and then they will try it on human being. Because once they have a complete picture of how they can synthetically create it for one song, and they can imitate for the person, they can be used very easily as that. So the deep AI learning techniques that very much used in many of these places is the logistic regression, which is very common, and that gives, even if there is a variation in the statistical analysis, 5 or 10%, that can be easily noticed. So that can be done. Thank you. Yes.
Related to that only, with the recent inception of GPT-3, they are claiming that OpenAI is claiming that they can generate text specifically curated as per the human. If I'm a person and I train it on the data set or the messages which I generally send, it can write messages for me. But let's say if someone got my device, a physical device, or any my mails, or he got the control of my mails or things, he can send mails on behalf of me, and they will look like that I have actually sent them, even though I have no control over them. So how can we, in terms of forensics, how can we tackle those challenges?
Well, of course, that is not a major problem, because, okay, so we do what we call as another important work we did several years back, which is at the open public domain. We do what is called as keystroke analysis. The way in which you type, they can easily make out how I type, because if you sort of study maybe about 100 documents that I type, I can characterize myself with a biometric and say, in fact, I'm going to be presenting in the workshop, I can be classified by this person, So if somebody tries to imitate, is almost impossible, because the way in which you type and how frequently you make mistakes in names, so they can calculate all of these things statistically. So the keystroke analysis, the method which we did, I think it's on the public domain, you can look at it. You can actually, maybe I'll give a talk in our workshop, that you can use it very efficiently. You cannot duplicate what I'm typing. You know, the moment you sort of type in my name, people can find out very easily. That's how, for example, many of these terrorists, you know, from Africa or anywhere, when they send, you know, and try to sort of locate my IP address where I am typing, they can do that also. So likewise, just about 4 or 5 days back, I was typing back to my university, and for some moment my whole system was blocked. I could not locate it. Then I asked a student to find out what has happened to mine. Because what has happened is, I typed my password several times, and they say Dr. Iyengar doesn't do that. So they have a little bit of a history, and they said block it, because they may be accessing through Dr. Iyengar, he may not be, but I am the same one. So when my student went to the IT person, he said, no, it is coming from Bangalore. You know, this password is being accessed for. I may have missed one or character in that. I was trying to do that, immediately they blocked. That too in the middle of the night, you know, because it is you know, there is almost 12 hours difference. So they blocked it for about 10 hours, 14 hours, I could not. So when they identified where I am and who I am, they were able to rectify. So the answer to your question is, the deep learning technique for the keystroke analysis will take care of that. You know, and the person who is controlling, he can fix it. I mean, very rarely it can happen, because especially we have seen, you know, whenever we are sending a confidential document, we don't send it by regular email. There is a very special mail. We say that only very few people can access that, and we say that personal and confidential should not be, you know, reached to anybody. So that provides another level of you know, guarantee that it is going to the right person. So there are these kind of things. But again, can that be hacked? Of course it can be hacked. But the probability of hacking is less, maybe 90% or 95%, you know, it's going to be difficult, but anything can be hacked. That's what I was telling, as we are in an era that we always have to be keeping very defensive in a way that we can, you know, see that nobody can attack the system as a whole. Certainly there is possibility. Okay. All right, any other questions? Okay, again, there are no more questions. Again, I want to thank, you know, Dr. Chowdhury and Dr. Raj for giving me an opportunity on this, and I will be available for any questions. Thank you, and appreciate your support.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your valuable insights, intensive insights on deep learning and neural network. I hope everybody has enjoyed and learned something from sir's extensive experience. And I'm sure that everybody had, some of you had questions which can be answered in, during the high tea. But before we move on to high tea, we have vote of thanks, and which will be given by Professor Dr. Salim. He's a professor in National Forensic Sciences University, Goa. Sir, I may request you for vote of thanks, sir.
Good afternoon. It is now my pleasant duty to propose vote of thanks. We are extremely grateful to Dr. Shri Pramod Sawant, Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, and the Chief Guest of this inaugural function. Sir, you have graced the occasion by sparing time in spite of your very busy schedules. Sir, all-time support, inspiring words are real motivation for us. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, our sincere thanks to Shri Jaspal Singh Ji, Director General of Police Goa, for accepting our invitation and gracing the occasion in spite of heavy work commitments. I will fail in my duty if I not acknowledge our Honorable Vice Chancellor, National Forensic Science University, Padam Shri Professor Dr. J.M. Vyas, for his constant encouragement and unstinted support and motivation for organizing this conference. Though Sir has not been able to attend the conference due to sudden urgent official work. I would like to thank Shri Rajiv Dhankar Sahab, Rear Admiral, Naval War College, Goa, for your precious presence in this inaugural function, sir. I would also like to thank Brigadier Shri Arvinder Singh Swanhe, Commandant to STC Goa. Sir, we are truly appreciate your presence in this function, sir. I would also like to thank our beloved campus director, Professor Dr. Naveen Kumar Chaudhary. Sir, it is a matter of pride to have a mentor as energetic, dynamic, and inspiring as you are for us. Thank you very much, sir, for your persistent encouragement, guidance, and support for making this function successful. I will also like to thank Brigadier Shri Arvinder Singh Swanhe, Commandant to STC Goa. Sir, we are truly appreciate your precious presence. I expressed my deepest gratitude to Shri C.D. Jadeja, National Police and University Executive Registrar, who has come all the way from Gandhinagar, Gujarat, and graced the occasion. Sir, we are thankful to for giving us administrative and financial support for events. I would also like to express my deepest gratitude to Dr. S.S. Iyengar, distinguished professor, Florida International University. Sir, we are indebted for your coming all the way from USA and actively participating in the conference. Sir, your keynote address on the topic of highest concern in the present scenario has enlightened us tremendously. I also express my sincere gratitude to Professor Dr. Suman Kundu, Campus Director, BITS Goa Campus, for readily accepting our invitation, your gracious presence and his presence in the functions. We are also thankful to Dr. Sanjay Sai, Associate Professor, for helping us in setting up infrastructure for the conference or for organizing this conference. Sir, we are also highly thankful to our co-organizers, Sardar Vallabhbhai National Institute of Technology, Surat, especially to Dr. Sankita Patel, Assistant Professor, SVNIT. This event could have not been successful without your support. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Rajesh Lohani, Principal GEC, Goa Engineering College, for his gracious presence. We are also thankful to Director Forensic Science Laboratory, Income Tax Department, Revenue Intelligence, Customs Enforcement Directorate, Directorate of Animal Husbandry, PWD Goa, for sparing their officers to attend the inaugural function. I am thankful to all the delegates, scholars, researchers, paper presenters who come to attend the conference. Udyamane hi siddhyanti karyani na manorathe. Any work is accomplished by hard work, not just by thinking. My heartfelt thanks to our faculty, staff and students who have put their heart and soul in organizing this conference. So, last but not the least, I am thankful to all those who have directly or indirectly contributed towards the success of this function. Thank you, sir. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. We will now conclude the inaugural function and will begin with the technical session after a short tea break. Before that, we would like to request all the dignitaries to assemble outside the conference hall for a group photo. And we would start the technical session just after 15 minutes. So the offline session will be resuming here, and the online sessions will be in the computer science department, which is the room number D156. So thank you very much. So we'll assemble for the group photo. All the dignitaries are requested, sir, please.
Very good afternoon to all. Now we are moving towards our first technical session, and this session will contain 5 papers. So, before starting the session, I would like to draw your attention on few points regarding the timings. So each paper will be presented in the time duration of 8 minutes, and 2 minutes is allocated for the question and answer. So I request all the presenters to please be adhere with the timeline. And now the first paper is presented by the Babu Madhavan, and the topic is Digital Forensic Investigation on Pawns Schemes. So over to Babu.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Is it audible? Yeah. So I'm going to present a paper on digital forensic investigation on Ponzi scheme. Most of them are aware of what is Ponzi scheme. Ponzi scheme is an economic offense to do investors by giving false assurance of huge returns with less risk. The money is provided to the older investors from the new investors in the form of payouts. Mostly the scheme would collapse or in the verge of collapse when the reduction of new investors. The scheme would try to retain later or the latest customer to reinvest or roll over the payouts into the scheme to sustain. Why I chosen this topic? This is similar to any other economic offense and any crime, say in a blue collar crime. It's a habitual or a situational. When you are doing forensic investigation on a situational or habitual in a digital in a blue collar crime, is somewhere or the other, like somewhere you are nabbing. Mostly it has to be nabbed, and then sort of recovery from it. Maybe some monitoring. Whereas in white collar crime and similar some other economic offenses like tax evasion or money laundering, something like that. In Ponzi scheme, it's incorporated everything. And speciality of the Ponzi scheme is the Ponzi scheme itself is a crime, but they start as a genuine business, financial business. Sometimes they register a company, sometimes they not. What happened? They incorporated all the possible trades to do that they will apply. So the complexity of the white collar crime, the things why? Because here we need to nab him, we need to recover, and finally we need to settle. In a Ponzi scheme, the amount involved is huge. You may not know, like it's only one state of a few months back covers more than 25,000 crores in India. Only one state only in a few within 3 months, 25,000 crores of rupees involved in such a Ponzi scheme, and you know idea whatsoever. So detecting is such a enormous difficult in this situation, and most of the money where it goes is still the question. Secondly, that is why I told nabbing, and secondly detection, nabbing or detection, and finally recovery and settlement to the people who are the victim. That is why I taken, and this Ponzi scheme will give you any other economic offense, but it's having specialty. What I showed is like it's a pre-planned, very pre-planned, and you think 25,000 crores of a scam happened, and without any red flags. Red flags are like we have so many monitoring institutions. I don't know 25,000 how it got held up. And Ponzi schemes also forming as a smart Ponzi scheme is another technology like cryptocurrency would be known, blockchains. So here somewhere or the other, like victims involved in this smart scheme as well. Smart Ponzi scheme. Ponzi scheme itself a scam, and then smart Ponzi scheme again is given a technological complexity. And so now some of the Ponzi scheme they deployed both the conventional Ponzi scheme and then the smart Ponzi scheme. And what these people are doing, like the smart Ponzi schemes, it's like a pseudo security bondings they're giving. It's like they're giving some kind of a digital value, saying that because obviously the Ponzi scheme somewhere at the line it will fall. They knew. So it's like a bankruptcy. How a bankruptcy happens. Like that they should not. They cannot sustain. So in that way they just give some pseudo security values in the form of, like, say it's kind of a Bitcoin or some kind of a digital currency, but it is a ficacy. It's like there's a pseudo, I mentioned a pseudo. And then mostly like they try to entice the persons already invested and roll over again. Because obviously they cannot able to pay out. Because already initially I told they try to lure people to invest with a high return with a less risk. Obviously nothing is possible like that. In our, according to India, like RBI is giving 12% of 12% only in a per annum, but they promised to give 30% to 40%, even 40%. That is really not impossible. And this is how it works. Actually, there are similar pyramid scheme is there, and MLM, and here I mentioned the Ponzi scheme models. So from the top, is a brainchild or brainchild. Some group of people have some individual who started framing the business, and then they lure people to invest in it for the high return. You see. So initial investors get. Most of the initial investors got profits, and then in a way, if you see, so initial investors got payouts more than what they invested, and initial investors got payouts equal or more than invested and reinvested. They reinvested they may get positive return, sometimes it won't. And latest is definitely like it's a loss only for them, and the new investors got nil or meager payouts. So this the mass people who have invested, at the end of the day, this guy will take and flee. So this is how works. See, the Ponzi scheme was initially started and pretended to be a formal financial business, and would certainly know the scheme would collapse. That is what they know. Very much they know it will collapse, and they'll start. The scheme prevention would counter and prepare for the easy way out. The scheme's brainchild or brainchildren would counter and prepare for the easy way out. The nature of a Ponzi scheme itself a discrete business, and brainchild or brainchildren behind the scheme have constructed business infrastructure in such a way that they cannot be caught or tracked or detected. Actually, this is what the point as far as the constructed business infrastructure. This is a complex. This is where we are struggling as a digital forensic investigator. This is already pre-planned. Unlike any other evasion, economic approaches, it's like habitually happens somewhere or the other. We can have the idea about this. This is already planned. The scheme itself a scam. So how they have complexly created that I will show you. Next slide. Complex technological infrastructure to make investigation process difficult. The Ponzi scheme is accomplished by a complex infrastructure in a way digital forensic investigation process made so difficult to detect. Ponzi scheme identification as well as intelligence. So intelligence about people and infrastructure have to be collected properly, else break-in detection chain would end up with a collection of fragile. So that's why I already told it's nothing like that, it's just nabbing. We need to nab, we need to recover, and we have to settle. So actual victim of it's like thousands, even a lakhs of people who invested. That's what I already told. Even one state, it comprises of 30,000 crores of scam. So settlement to the so many victims of the exact what they victimized is a question. Unless until we get a sweep forensic investigation, we cannot get. So understanding of infrastructure of Ponzi scheme model is crucial to gather all information and quantify the actual amount and people who are involved in the Ponzi scheme. The magnitude of the Ponzi scheme scam would only be identified by the proper forensic investigation process. So such a volume of this they have given to the one IO and some few investigators under him and technological people, that is also optional. So think about the difficulties we have. And this is the schematic diagram I have just shown. This is such a complex as already had the scam stress. This is how they were constructed. See, in this, their head office is in Chennai. This is some schematic diagram, this assumption, but it is already they have practiced. So Chennai they have head office and they have webmail in. They taken the webmail service in Hyderabad and some other Google or Yahoo, some other email services as well. And then database server they have in Chennai, the support team, and database server is Mumbai. And the backup server is in California. And disaster site is Singapore. Think about that, and the branches at different locations of our branches have data that is the persons who are investors, those records is feed into head office. And those data is feed into a Chennai server and subsequently to a database server in Mumbai. So thing is, the data whatever is collecting may not be same as whatever data we are in each of the layers. Their suppression of data happens in every location, and they have that normal this client server model is they used to feed the data of victims.
Sir, please try to bend it.
Okay. So like that they have, and then calls it. So what happens? This is think about the scenarios in Chennai. There are so many places, and then you'll be getting the data. As well as they have customer service, like they send the notification like SMS email to the victims. Not victims. They are there. It is the customers. Actually, they are victims. And then this is a complex infrastructure. Then you just see such a complex scenarios they created to lure people and to away from the investigation department. Obviously, they know that this is a scam. So such a complex scenario they are creating. And then if you dissecting all those things, like if you see. These are technical, like if you see what are the different they are using some front-end .NET and MySQL, and then locations wise you see there are different locations, and then technically so many things involved, and then the location wise geographically there are so many places involved, and then if you see such a complex environment, see what are the information we can get. So we cannot neglect all those places. This is what we will get all the pieces of information from each and every part of which I showed in previously, and if you see those all the details are very much important since it is a huge crores of scams involved, thousands of crores. Obviously, we need all the data. At the end of the right person has to be settled, and the right person has to be caught. Person sometimes they invested and then they would have got more than what they have invested. Those people also to be under radar. So these data is important, and we need to analyze each and every part which I showed in the picture.
Time's up. Conclude. Go for conclusion. Time's up.
So as I told, like each layer is having so many things to be taken. When the hurdles is like people, as I told, like for such a huge scam, they deploy very few people, and that is one of it's an infrastructure level. Obviously, they adopted the complex infrastructure.
Sir, please conclude. Time's up.
Yeah. Any questions? Like,
audience? Have you got any conviction so far? Have you got any conviction so far of the alleged accused persons?
Accused persons, convictions, like as per the convictions. So I cannot disclose all those things. Technically theoretically I can able to do.
In other words, you got the evidence against the accused person, and it is sub judice.
Yeah.
You have the evidence against the accused person, and the matter is sub judice. The judgment is awaited.
Not yet. Like it is already, some of the things are already happened cases, and then some of the things it's going on.
Okay, still you have not prosecuted them in the court of law.
That I am not in the position to tell all those things.
Understood.
Here,
Understood.
mostly the technological part, digital force investigation.
Understood. Understood.
The
Thank
detailing,
you.
all those things are
I understand.
out of scope.
I understand. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
Are there a lot of Ponzi schemes in India? Are there a lot of Ponzi schemes in India?
Yes, obviously, and that is what, like 25,000 of groups, and nobody knows unless until it is coming to the picture, like somebody has raised complaint or some other because it's 25,000 crores in one state and there is no red flag of so many institutions there.
Which state is that?
Confidential. But in India.
Yeah, one comment I think I can make, if you don't mind. See, when you make a this is a very good work actually. When you make a presentation, you should not have this too much of typing, just small, because what happens when people start reading, then they will lose, because this is a very important problem. So I think that is one, perhaps you can improve that.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thanks for inviting me.
Someone is presenting now after the
Now the next paper is going to be presented by Rajendra Hegde, and the topic of the title of the paper is Anti-Money Laundering Analytics on Bitcoin Transactions.
Good afternoon, everyone. Iyengar sir, it was we delighted to listen to your talk. So, I'll be presenting a small work done by my students as a part of their 8th semester curriculum project. So, the team is myself, Bhavya Tripathi, she got into master degree in US, then in UK, and Namrata, she got master degree. She will be pursuing her master degree in US, and we have our Priyanka. She is also co-author in this. So this is the agenda for today's discussion and this presentation. We have motivation that I will be explaining, and data set we have selected Bitcoin data set. Transaction patterns we try to analyze for illicit transactions, and we did analytics, and we'll discuss the results and conclude it as soon as possible in 10 minutes. So motivation is like we have seen a lot of involvement of cryptocurrencies in illegal activities, especially during the pandemic time. And we have seen in the recent 2 examples which I can quote is Sam Backman's FTX scam, which is a rug pull scam, and this is declared as bankrupt. In fact, FTX was started by very prominent, eminent personalities, but still
such things happen. And we have seen recently and been explained in previous talks, AIMS was attacked and ransomware of Rs 200 crore was asked for the reinstallation of entire data. So it becomes very important now to understand how cryptocurrencies play an important role in this kind of activity, and how we can counter attack to find out which are those particular addresses or particular wallets that are involved in this kind of activities. That's the basic idea of doing this. So this earlier report, what I quoted in the second paper in the references, it says that there is a jump of 567% jump in 2021 compared to that of 2020 in the cryptocurrency usage for illegal activities. And there is an increase of 82% scamming revenue in 2021. That's a huge jump compared to the earlier years. So the illegal activities we have seen in the earlier talk also. It's a Punji scheme, is a one scheme which is being used by the illegal activities to transfer the funds, do the scams and terror funding, money laundering, ransomware attacks, drug trafficking, weapon trafficking, human trafficking. There are a lot of activities that is being done, and cryptocurrencies are greatly misused for these activities. So the data set that we have used is the elliptical data set, which is available freely. Anyone can download it and work on it. So there are 166 features, and 94 of them are local features. The transaction category is, there are three categories, licit categories, in the sense the transactions are licit, valid, and it is being done by the addresses, certain wallets. And there are illicit transactions which is being done for activities like scams, ransomware attacks, all these kind of things. So which has been identified, that's available in the data set. And there are unknown sets. So this is where I want to draw your attention that what is that our students have done on this data set is this one activity. So there are patterns which are found in the data set that what we got it. So that is compared with the theoretical aspect of how the transactions are done for illegal activities. In the sense, say for example, AIMS, they get the certain amount of ransomware in terms of, they asked in terms of Bitcoin or cryptocurrency, how they distribute that cryptocurrency so that it is not traceable by anybody across the world. So that's a basic idea. One is a direct method, which is normally not used because it is very easily traceable. You know that Bitcoin is an open ledger, anybody can look at the data, anybody can verify the data. The second one is tree structure method that if you look at the diagram, so the second diagram, fourth figure, what you see is how Bitcoin is being distributed in a tree structure, so that it becomes difficult when the Bitcoin which has been captured by scam, how it has to be located, that becomes a difficult task. So that is the one, and we applied the data on this using oxt.me, this application. We got this structure, and these structures are available. I mean, if you look at the data, we can get this kind of structures. You can see the tree structure. Then we have the next method. That method also we applied. That's a peeling method on the data set. The sense peeling is done in such a way that if you look at that, the 10 Bitcoin is peeled down to a number of wallets, and some of these wallets which get the Bitcoin like 0.1 BTC. Look at that. This is a small amount of BTC. They are the wallet which identified as a licit wallets. Right? They are legal wallet. So that's how they distribute the Bitcoins, by peeling small amount of Bitcoin into the different addresses. And you have the next method is a mixture method, where the picture is not clearly available here. The people who do the scams, what they do is they mix up a lot of bitcoins from different addresses into a single address. Then again take out from the same address to the different addresses. That's basically camouflaging the activities, like how the bitcoins is moving from one wallet to another wallet. That's the one thing. And coin convert method is like converting from bitcoin to other cryptocurrencies, bitgold, or even that extends ether. So that becomes very difficult to track it down because you don't have connectivity between two different cryptocurrencies. Okay, so now we applied, so that's a part of analyzing in the oxt.me application. We have found out that all these structures are available, in the sense illicit addresses, they are doing these kind of operations. Now applied supervised learning algorithms, I don't go into the details of these algorithms. This is the results of our application of supervised learning algorithms on the data set. And the results what we got is, we analyzed it, that light GBM and random forest, they are giving the best CV score, right? And light GBM exhibit boost outperformed in terms of precision, recall, F1 score, and computing time. That's what the observation what we have done. And logistic regression takes the least amount of time to find out the illicit transactions and illicit data addresses. And SVM takes overall most time, which is not suitable for a big data. Like if you want to analyze the data of Bitcoin, which is of 400 GB, it becomes very difficult. We cannot use SVM in that matter. So that's what our work. Now what we can do is, we can do the data set which has many unknown nodes, that we can try to find it out, do more processing on the data set, and get the better method on the data pre-processing, and apply graph-based supervised learning. This is what we expected to do in the coming work. And applying deep learning models, probably we will take it in the later point of time. This is about our presentation. I think I have already spoken. Any questions? Maybe interested in this.
Sir, what kind of data processing is required in Bitcoin transaction?
See, Bitcoin data set, if you want to get into the original Bitcoin data, this is 400 GB. I think it requires a lot of thought process to apply. What is that data processing we need to do it? To be frankly, we have not done it yet.
Sir, can you please tell me how you trace the wallet address?
Yeah, wallet address, yes. See, when a scam occurs, say for example, AIMS, there is an attack which has happened. The ransomware attacker has asked to, transfer certain Bitcoin into a particular wallet. So that is now identified as an illicit address. Okay, so like this, if you look at all kind of transactions which are happened due to such scams have been identified, and they are marked as the illicit addresses.
But sir, every transaction, each transaction after the wallet address changed. So how you can trace that?
Yeah, wallet address won't change. I'll tell you that. What they do is, see, if you look at the Bitcoin address, there are totally more than 1 billion addresses are there. And out of which 95% of addresses are empty addresses. Most of these addresses are being used for these kind of activities. What they do is, they bring in the Bitcoin to these addresses. When they create, say for example, I create an address, it is not neither illicit nor a licit address, right? But when I use a Bitcoin which is coming from a transaction which is the illicit one, it becomes notified as not a worth address. So immediately they take out the Bitcoin, they convert using the fiat currencies.
But sir, it's hard to trace that wallet address, no sir?
No, it is not hard because Bitcoin is an open ledger. You can, check every transaction, every address.
Yeah,
that's
it's
possible.
Open. Yeah, it's open ledger. But if I send someone a Bitcoin,
right,
in that ABC address.
So you are telling about anonymity. Yes, anonymous. It is anonymous. No one knows that who holds that address. But I can know that this address is involved in an illegal transaction. Got it? So that's the difference. What you are telling is anonymity. But we can be assured that this particular address is being involved in an illegal transaction.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Sir, in the 3-class classification that you have used, the role of the unknown class that is contributing for the
unknown
analytics.
classes, I'll tell you, these addresses are specifically, they are opened, they never do any transactions. So it becomes very difficult to identify whether address is used for legal transaction or illegal transactions. So it becomes very difficult. Say for example, I have opened one wallet. I have wallet with me, but I never did any transaction. So it is very difficult to say that whether it is doing for the illegal activities or legal activities, unless I do any transaction. Yeah, as of now there is no, but there are good number of unknown data is there. So that is also one of the point has to be taken for the pre-processing.
Sir, I wanted to ask that can we know that whether a person is having some Bitcoin investments or not, like when we are doing some inquiry work or something?
Absolutely not possible.
Absolutely not possible.
Unless the owner declares it. For example, Binance is an exchange. So they have announced it, like how many Bitcoins they have, how do they do the transaction, how to exchange the Bitcoin into the fiat currency, for that matter any currency. Otherwise, wallets are anonymous.
But how will he access? Like he has to access somehow. So he'll be keeping a record somewhere, some exchange or something.
That is available. That is available. Entire data is available. Anybody can. Everyone.
Like if I am having a Bitcoin, can you find out that I am having 1 Bitcoin?
No way that I can find that you have a Bitcoin or not. There is no way that I can find it. Unless I have some expertise, like I hack into your account, then I find out all those things. That's again an illegal activity.
Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are requesting to all the presenters, please follow the timeline.
Very good afternoon to you all. I'm standing in between you and your lunch. Sorry for that. Anyway, my topic is on cybersecurity issues and challenges in non-fungible tokens. This is, I think it will be the future of cyber attacks, which will be causing more research work to be done, and so we have to work on it. New area. So the agenda, this is the agenda, introduction, background study, NFT timeline, cybersecurity issues and challenges, issues with respect to privacy, future scope and conclusion. So a non-fungible token is a unique identifier that cannot be copied or substituted or subdivided, that is recorded in a blockchain, and that is used to certify the authenticity and the ownership of that particular token. A blockchain technology helps buy and sell digital assets and are known as non-fungible tokens or NFTs. It is a different type of assets. Like a physical asset we have, it is a digital asset and it is residing in the virtual space and it uses cryptocurrencies. So they include assets in the form of art, music, video games, collectibles, sports, memorabilia, and domain names, tweets, even tweets on various websites such as these are also assets. And then we have Decentral Land and the Sandbox. This paper aims to study the overview of NFTs issues and challenges in detail, and also looks at standards and the protocols that are being followed, and the challenges that are there with the cyber security and privacies are being discussed, and also looks into the future scope of NFTs in the context of metaverse. Now we are saying Facebook is in going metaverse. So what are the scope of NFTs and the transactions that are going to happen there? So when we, a little bit background about NFT, what we have is 3 categories. One is fungible. That means exactly the same amount, suppose you have a $10, then it is exactly same to you as $10. Semi-fungible, all general admission tickets, each person is into the same specific concert but may not work for a different concert. That means it is a semi-fungible. Non-fungible means it represents something which is unique and it cannot be modified. So NFTs are cryptographic tokens. They live in blockchain and each is identified with a unique identification code. And metadata. Metadata is data about data which cannot be replicated. So compared to digital passports, since each token contains a unique non-transferable identity, to distinguish it, it can be applied as digital passports for that purpose also. This NFT, you have markets where they sell and buy products. NFTs are centered around the collectibles. For example, it could be digital artwork, sports cards, or rarities. Since they are based on blockchain, they can be purchased, they can be sold or traded more efficiently. So this makes the transaction simplified and reduces the probability of the fraud and creates new markets. So if you see, some of the examples of NFTs are CryptoKitties, then you have the Bored Ape Yacht Club, then you have CryptoPunks, then of late you have this Christie's NFTs. I hope some of you would have seen all these things. So what are the features of these NFTs? NFTs are unique cryptographic tokens. They cannot be replicated. That is the advantage. It represents real world items like artwork and even real estate. You can go and purchase a land using an NFT, and it works based on a process called tokenizing, which makes buying, selling and trading more efficient and reducing the probability of the fraud. And more importantly, identity. Functions represent to individual identities, property rights and much more. So the NFT collectors, they have sought NFT as their value initially. So these are some of the features. So now a little bit about the origin. I may take some time on this to explain what are these things. Way back in 2012, Manny Rosenfeld introduced the colored coins. So these coins were actually aimed to portray the ways of exposition of real world assets in the virtual world. Second is NFT quantum and counterparty. NFT quantum is first created by Kevin McCoy in 2014, and it is a coin minted in the Namecoin blockchain. And if you take the counterparty, Bitcoin 2, namely counterparty platform, emerged as a platform that helps the creation of digital assets. And then Meanstar emerged as in the year 2016, and it worked on counterparty platform. And in 2017, NFT goes to mainstream, shifts to Ethereum, it uses standards and protocols in Ethereum, and it was used for gaming. And then 2021, and it is called the year of NFT, went explosive, and you can see this Christie art, which is very popular now, and also very expensive to purchase and sell. And now we know that Facebook is going to Meta platform. There is a process of Facebook rebranded as Meta, an adoption of Metaverse along with NFT, and it is going to be a challenge, and the demand is going to be more. Now moving on, we have how NFT is going to work. You have three main things: users, marketplace, and protocol designs. When you take the user, you have someone called as a content creator, a digital art perhaps, or a card, sports card. You have a seller and a buyer. Similarly, marketplace, when you take, user facing web application will be there, and then smart contracts will be there whenever you are going to do the transaction, and activities. This activity is the main part which I am trying to focus, in which you have user authentication. Authentication can be through registration, classical credential based, or it can be signature based. When you talk about token minting, default contract, replica contract, and external contract are all there, three different categories. Token listing can be listed, the art can be listed based on verified collection. It can be a special badge, for example. And then when you are taking the token trading, you have to look into the pricing protocol, any vulnerability is there, and what is the active bid that is taking place. And with withdrawal, what happens when somebody withdraws a bid, and how the bid settlement is made. These are the areas which can be vulnerable and which may be subjected to cyber attacks. And then when you have designs, protocol designs, it can be either on-chain because it's working on blockchain, or it can be off-chain, or it can also be hybrid method. Now moving on, we have wide range of opportunities in the gaming industry, digital collectibles, metaverse, and virtual events. So people are purchasing land in the virtual world. We have the famous singer having Balle Balle land in metaverse, right? So Dollar Mehendi. And storage is another one issue. That is, you have centralized storage, you have decentralized storage, we have decentralized repairable storage, and also we have on-chain.
Yeah, excuse me, ma'am. You need to conclude, please.
What can I do? Sir, give me a few more minutes.
Yeah, you can conclude.
Yeah. So there are some protocols are there. These are the protocols. I am not going to go into the detail. And there are attacks based on, in general IT we have this strike model based on which various attacks are happening. That is a phishing or malicious program or something like that. The same thing is applied to NFTs as well. You have spoofing, which is a compromise on authenticity. Then we have tampering of data, which is with respect to integrity, and repudiation. Again, it is going to compromise. And then elevation of privilege, least privilege to highly privileged thing. And then denial of service is going to compromise on availability and also authorization. So There are certain issues with respect to authentication that can be going into money laundering, and you have to take into account two-factor authentication to protect that. Then token minting, it has to be verified. The token contract has to be verified because the tampering of token metadata is possible. Then again, in listing the problem will be least privilege to elevation of privilege. Invalid caching, verification of the seller and the collections are going to be challenging. Token trading, it can be lack of transparency, fairness in bidding, and royalty distribution, again it is going to create some issues. And evasion in the marketplace can also be done. And fraudulent user behavior, as we had the earlier speakers talking about it, the counterfeit NFT creation can also cause cybersecurity issues and trading malpractice. So issues with respect to privacy, they are supposed to be online identifiers. Again, there is a compromise that can be made. We are using avatars. Again, that could be compromised, which can be a privacy issue. And blockchain addresses, as there was a question on blockchain addresses, and also location information. So these are some of the issues with respect to privacy. And this is the last slide, that is role of NFTs in the metaverse. It's a new concept and it can serve as a key component in the broad ecosystem. NFT metaverse projects would drive the possibility of using NFTs as a deed to virtual property. NFTs could be gaining exclusive access to enter the location in metaverse, and can also help in selling real estate on the metaverse. So this is again very scary. What will happen if there is a cheating, if somebody purchases a real estate in a metaverse using NFTs? So that's a challenge. And NFT controlled access could help. There is advantage also. Access control could help in ensuring access to real life events and the events in the metaverse. It could also serve as a useful role in dropping branded merchandise or special access privileges to the followers. So these are some of the future scope. And so what we have seen is some key technical components about what are the issues and challenges with NFTs, and also protocols and standards of NFTs, and security issues and privacy issues. So it is going to create a lucrative career, that is the metaverse, predicted as future of social media and digital spaces, shared virtual space for all types of digital activities. So a lot of issues and challenges are there. Economic perspective also we have to take into consideration. So we have techniques such as augmented reality, virtual reality, which are used. So the concept is recent decades that had a great future for blockchain's rapid expansion. So these are the references I have taken from. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we will take a few quick questions from audience.
Hi, my name is Ramesh Reddy. It's more like a comment, question, but you can address those things. In case of cybersecurity for NFTs, they say that cybersecurity things can happen through active smart contracts, which means basically application security and OS kind of type of things. The other factor is where your NFT is stored. Basically the wallet security. So it can be hot wallet or cold wallet, which means cold wallet means it's not connected to the internet. So you can comment on this.
Yes, actually, it's a lot of work needs to be done. It is only in the initial stages that we are looking into and understanding what is the overview of the attacks that can happen. So now we have to do more research on how it can be prevented and how, with respect to wallets and how we can, look for any addresses in the blockchain and whether there is any fraudulent activity that is going on. All these things are in pipeline for more research to be done. So thank you so much for asking that question. Thank you.
Thank you. PID 4. Ms. Jigna. PID 5. Mr. Kaushik. Yes, PID 5.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kaushik. I'm a Deputy Director in the Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs. My work stems from my spending 5 years as a Deputy Director in the Directorate of Revenue Intelligence, which is India's national enforcement agency in dealing with all kinds of anti-smuggling activities, money laundering, gold smuggling, and every kind of commercial activity. So, during this time, not only did I develop intelligence on and investigating on a large quantity of smuggling, including some of the Pakistan-based smuggling of narcotic drugs, I also headed the CBIC's only cyber forensics lab, which is based in Mumbai. So, being from a technical background myself, I realized that last mile connectivity was a big challenge, and I have to acknowledge that I was also part of an MOU which was signed between DRI and NFSU Gandhinagar, during which I had a lot of interactions with the team from NFSU and Dr. J.M. Vyas himself. So my acknowledgements to NFSU for that, because a lot of during my interactions I realized that as a technologist myself, I was comfortable with the tools, but the legal lacuna was a big thing. And I was so happy that somebody raised the question of have you achieved convictions or prosecutions? And that is the biggest challenge today as enforcement agencies. So this is Lockhart's exchange principle, which everyone is familiar with, whether it is a physical crime or an electronic crime. The importance of legal and policy issues in digital forensics is primarily stemming from the fact that it's an unequal battle. The fraudsters and criminals are always one step ahead of us, and with this advent of dark web, blockchain and all, we are always playing catch up. And for that, I realized that there was a lot of gap between academia and law enforcement, because though academia is making a lot of strides, translating that to actual tangible work in achieving convictions was a big challenge for us. And I also realized that the academia was not as familiar with the legal provisions which are there in the country today. So this is more of an exploratory aspect about how we need to ensure that that gap is bridged between the agencies. Broadly, this is the role of digital forensics in investigations. These are the kinds of evidence that we have. Proof of location, whether somebody was present or absent in a particular location, whether it's the scene of crime, proof of communication. It could be chats, IPDR, CDR, all kinds of communication, email, chats and all. Proof of planning and proof of execution, and this is the core of the work that we do as an agency, because we are trying to establish what kind of activity has a particular person done and been involved in over a period of time in the crime. Now the biggest thing here is, very briefly I'll tell you what happens as an investigator for your benefit. We make a seizure of drugs or whatever it is. We arrest important people, we gather all the evidence. Majority if it is going to be only mobile phones, or we also look into hard disks, laptops and so on. Sometimes cloud. I'll come to the cloud part a little later. So when it comes, we come back to the lab, we do the forensic extraction, we clone the devices. Then we take back the devices, we have the copies, and the officers sit and do an extensive analysis. But bear in mind that we'll have to do all this in between the legal provisions, because the moment we arrest somebody, the clock starts ticking. Within 24 hours, we're supposed to present that person in the court. So everything is a big jumbo of what all we're supposed to do. So very interestingly, these are the, this is based on my research, that there are 5 laws in India today which address with a specific aspect of electronic evidence. It started off in 1988 with the Customs Act, which is my department, and also Central Excise Act, which is also administered by CBIC. Very interestingly, 65B of the Indian Evidence Act, which is the national legislation, came almost 12 years after this 1988 legislation. And the biggest and most staggering aspect for it is, both, if you look at the Customs Act and Evidence Act, there's a very small difference. The Evidence Act talks about electronic documents, which is not addressed by the Customs Act. But the biggest shock for me when I realized is the origin of both sections goes back to the UK Civil Evidence Act of 1968. So essentially, in 1968, a law was formed which talked about admissibility of electronic evidence in the United Kingdom, and that law was literally verbatim copied and implemented as law in India in 1988 and thereafter in 2000. And the funniest and saddest aspect was, in 1995, the UK Civil Evidence Act was actually repealed. And then in 2000, we implement the same section which was already repealed in the country where it originated from. So that was a big shock, and how could we not awake to it? This is the very verbose section of the Indian Evidence Act. I will not read through it. I will just tell you the major 2 problems that exist with it. I would encourage all of you to go it. It's there in open source, to go read through the provisions of this section 65B. The major issues, this is the fulcrum of it. Customs Act, like I mentioned, it does not address electronic media. So we are still talking about printouts which were generated during the operation. The major challenge is, there is a provision in the Indian Evidence Act which talks about regular usage of a particular device. Now, how can I as an investigator ascertain what constitutes regular usage of a particular device? These days, from practical experience, I am telling that typically when it comes to smuggling of gold smuggling, literally every day we catch kgs of gold being smuggled, mostly from the Gulf countries, sometimes Singapore and so on. A criminal boards the flight in Dubai. He is given a mobile phone at the time he is boarding the flight. Then he lands in India, he has to get in touch with somebody. That's all. The entire role of that mobile is that. So whatever forensics we do, we are maximum going to get some phone numbers, probably 1 or 2 messages. But the biggest problem here is, this regular usage criteria which is there in Indian Evidence Act, it is going to completely fail, because how can you say that this mobile device was regularly used by the offender? It was not regularly used. He just got it on the eve of his embarking upon it. Second is another normal practice, which is a very questionable practice that has been happening, is because this whole concept of getting a certificate is a little fuzzy. So what we do as investigators is, we get the accused, we arrest him. We have some incriminating data. By chance, say in his email or his mobile phone, we get some data. What we do is, we generate a printout of it in front of the person, get him to sign it. Now, this is again a big question mark in law, because it says that the printout has to be generated during the time in which that device was operational by the person concerned. Now, this is again, we are investigators. Can we say that this was generated during its operating time? So that is also another issue. And third major question is about who is going to issue the certificate. The way the law has been framed, and this is specifically about a judgment of the Supreme Court which came in 2020, it gives the impression that the owner of the device is supposed to give the certificate. Now, if I am a criminal, you cannot force me to give a certificate about my own because it amounts to self-incrimination. So these questions somehow have escaped. And the bigger question that I talk about is, there is increasing reliance on original devices, not original devices, but the secondary device. So Evidence Act talks about primary evidence and secondary evidence. So it is not possible for, and trials, we are aware that trial in India takes 10 years, 15 years. So it is not feasible for you to retain a primary mobile phone or a hard disk for 10 years, because after hardly 1 year we keep changing our mobiles, the data gets wiped out and so on. So these are the other issues. I know I'm running out of time, so I'll just briefly run you through this. Second is not sharing of passwords. So we know there are two kinds of major extraction. One is physical extraction, one is logical extraction. Now if somebody does not give his password, we are just able to get based on the logical extraction because the core content of the device is not shared with us. Now we are trying to come up with a legal solution for this. Third is recovery of data from cloud. Most of the clouds are located outside Indian jurisdiction. It could be Ireland, it could be UK, it could be US, and so on and so forth. Finally, the coverage of deleted data. This is a major lacuna in the sense that the IT Act or the Evidence Act, it does not address deleted data. It defines what an electronic document is, but it does not say what a deleted document is. In a lot of cases that we have investigated, we have been through forensics, we have been able to get a lot of deleted data. Now, if I was an advocate for the defendant, I would say this deleted data is not there, it's just the software which is throwing you that this data has been deleted, but it is still there in the device. So this is a legal challenge about, is the deleted data admissible and can we say that it has been extracted from it? So this is a legal solution. This is the Central GST Act which was passed in 2017. It broadly talks about what kind of documents, it includes electronic documents, and it complies with the main condition of identifying a particular document. And this is, in a way, you could compare it with the prevailing legal scenario in the US, where the rules are governed by the federal rules of evidence. So they also depend on a certificate or somebody to certify the authenticity of a particular document. So that condition has been taken care of, but the other irrelevant conditions about when was the device used, is it regularly used, at what time, that has been completely taken away. So this, I would propose that this can serve as a model legislation for the Indian Evidence Act. Second part is the three solutions for the other issues are, there is a judgment of the Karnataka High Court which has said that we can, the courts can give an order to the person to share his password. We are proposing that we have to enact it in the form of a law so that it can be taken care of. The cloud data is also a major issue. We have also proposing that we have to come up with a legislation which ensures that on line with the Personal Data Protection Act, we are able to get cooperation for law enforcement purposes between the different countries, irrespective of where the cloud data is located. And third, this coverage of deleted data is something which has to be included in the legislation to ensure that it takes into account any future questions that can be asked about whether this is admissible or not. The way forward, like I mentioned, we need to amend and standardize all electronic evidence laws, which is the need of the hour. And because this technology is a fast-moving field, we need continuous and consistent review of the laws. And more importantly, is something I'm very passionate about. There has to be, when I licensed a lot with NFSO, I realized that there is such a gap between law enforcement agencies and academia. So we really need to come up with a lot of working closely and collaboratively to ensure that we are able to get the convictions, because as an investigator, for me at the end of the day, no matter how big a case it is, whether it is 300 crores of cocaine or 100 kgs of gold, until and unless I can get a conviction from a court of law, that is my certificate as an investigator, and that is where all of us must be aiming for. So I wanted to just explore this so that the academy also realizes the importance of legal issues and that last mile delivery, that no matter what advanced tools you have, until and unless you are able to present it in a court of law and make the courts accept it, that is our success as academia as well as law enforcement. And the last part is something that more we work closer together, that we could come up with legal solutions for technical challenges and technical solutions for legal challenges. So that is again the outcome of further collaboration between us. So that's my presentation. Thank you so much.
See, the legal law they had in UK
So they just kind of transmitted to Indian law.
That is what we did. UK didn't transmit it. We looked at even the Constitution of India is an amalgamation of the constitutions of so many countries.
Yeah, but you see, I mean, those circumstances and the environment is so different. You can't just take it from it. You know, I mean, although we may, I mean, you know, England may have ruled our country, but there are a lot of things would change.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So that's something interesting.
Yeah, and the other thing to note is, you talk about the law which was framed in 1960s in UK. There was no mobile phone. Internet was a figment of our imagination. So even the nature of crimes was very, very different from those days.
So it looks like you have to really do a lot of changes here.
Absolutely.
Because this looks to me very elementary.
Yes, it's just unfortunate that the law authorities which I am part of have not woken up to it so far. So
a very interesting area, we looked into it.
Thank you.
Presuming hypothetically that I am an elite accused with either gold or narcotic drugs caught in your city of Bombay, but the cause of action is somewhere Singapore, then if the cause of action is there, that should be the court of trial.
No, where is the offence detected?
The offence is
detected in Mumbai, so Mumbai becomes a jurisdiction because that is where the act of seizure happened.
Okay.
Though this will come up as in the background of investigation that where did it launch from. So we have also worked with a lot of foreign authorities because narcotics are a focus of all global agencies. So once we make a detection here, we immediately relay that there is a detection here. Please give us relevant data. But the challenge is that we have to follow, there is something called mutual legal assistance treaty. So it is a legal way for you to get documents from another country. It is very time consuming.
But do the Singapore authorities cooperate with you?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes.
I have one question.
Devansh.
I'm Lieutenant Vikas from Indian Navy. I just want to ask us small questions related to the smuggling which you have rightly brought up right now. How do you catch hold of the drugs or so-called the gold or any jewelry items through sea and you take the further actions about it? Because most of the cases it's not only the land-based, correct? So smuggling is majorly done through the sea route also. So how do you go about it? Just a question for that.
So there are two instances I will give you. Bulk of the narcotic smuggling in sea happens through containerized cargo. So containerized cargoes come through the ports in India which the customs authorities are administering. So a lot of times there is concealment in the containers. So that anyway comes to us. The other more difficult or challenging part is smuggling through the sea coast, especially the Indo-Sri Lanka border, where all these informal small boats and all people bring gold. So there sometimes we do it in joint operations with the Indian Coast Guard, and we have to recover from there. But in challenge there is literally no digital evidence comes in those cases. It is just one guy who's just being paid some peanuts to just transport. He has no idea that it is even gold. He'll bring it from the Sri Lankan border to Indian border without anything else. So here we are literally blank about this, but these are instances where we have to work with other agencies sometimes because it goes beyond custom, and deep sea is not the customs specialty. We are right at the border, but deep seas again we have to involve the Coast Guard or the Navy. Recently, though, we had a very joint operation on the Lakshadweep coast where we seized a huge quantity of cocaine in cooperation with the Indian Coast Guard.
Of course, if we have time, I have one question. I mean, so you said there is, the people come from Dubai, you sort of look at somebody giving an instruction before he leaves and then another instruction at the time he arrives, right? But the way in which I've seen, and I've traveled to Dubai also, the custom really, I don't know how you can speculate who is the right person because they let go everybody, right?
That I will take a little bit of credit because I am being part of the team. So there are two aspects here. One is the officers who are posted at the airport, they develop this uncanny knack of identifying a suspect passenger simply based on how he walks. I mean, it's a dirty game, let me tell you, because a large number of smugglers carry gold in the form of paste in their rectums. So this is the kind of challenges that we have to face day to day. The other thing is we have an advanced risk analytics department called National Customs Targeting Center. So we do a lot of deep machine learning to identify suspicious passengers as well as suspicious cargo consignments which come from abroad. Based on that, we make the decision. So it's not a easy game, sir. Let me assure you
Yeah,
that.
I know, but I'm not still convinced how you sort of identify a suspect customer. I mean, I understand when he walks and all, but there are...
No, but there are travel patterns which we have. So we have a large amount of data looking at us. So somebody who travels to Dubai for 2 days and comes back, and this guy has been just traveling every 10 days. Very, very rare cases, it could be that he's a businessman or somebody, and we know a profile if somebody is a businessman or somebody who's just a blue collar traveler, just traveling to get gold and come back to us.
See, I have one concern, we have different people in this thing. Everybody talks about in their own language. We have law enforcement, we have forensic professionals, we have judiciary, everyone is talking in their own language, they are all correct. But at the end of the day, how it is actually, interaction is taking place with all these people to convict people. And also, one more concern is, I have done a case way back in 2008, for which I went for trial to give expert opinion in the year 2015. So, even for the first hearing, then you can imagine how long it will take. All these things are tried in the normal courts. We don't have a specific court for the investigation or proceedings to do a proceedings of digital forensics or any cyber security type of cases. So that we have to wait a long period, and justice delayed is justice denied.
Ma'am, we are
helpless. That is my concern.
Because it is the domain of the judiciary. So there is
no. That is my concern. We have to recommend that you should have some kind of
we have been
special
trying
courts.
day in and day out, even as a department, to expedite it, because it's like you said, justice delayed is justice denied.
Yeah, special
but
courts.
it's up to the judiciary. It's not in our court.
After doing
our focus is just to ensure that we do our job properly.
Yeah.
That's all we can aim at.
As they are all, looking into from Navy, they are looking into what is the trafficking that is happening. You are looking at it from your perspective, forensic persons is from their perspective. But ultimately, when conviction comes, they go scot-free. The slightest benefit goes in favor of the accused. So that is my concern. Some kind of a new courts should be there for handling all these things. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question? Thank you, sir.
With this, we'll end the first technical session. We would like to thank Madam Dr. Sanketa Patel for being the session chair, Dr. Akshata Naik for being the second session chair. We would request our delegates for proceeding towards lunch. So please, yes. So we'll proceed to the lunch, so. And then next will be the second technical session. We begin the second technical session at 3 o'clock, and we would request our students to please be seated here, and so we can move to the lunch, sir.
Anytime I will come, then people are meetings. हर एक कंपनी इम्प्लीमेंट कर लो तो ऐसे बोनस होते हैं हर जगह चले
This is a critical.
So we are beginning our second technical session. We are requesting to all presenters that please follow the timeline. So our first presentation, P6, paper ID P6.
पहले जमाना ये था कि माँ बाप बच्चों को पढ़ाते थे, अब जमाना ये है कि बच्चे माँ बाप को पढ़ाते हैं. So I am pursuing LLM with motivation of my son in National Forensic Science University, and this is my research paper. Application of digital forensic evidence in hit and run, a comparative study with special reference to section 304 part 2 of Indian Penal Code. The development of new era in technology have reflected change in the existing system of investigating and judicial system with regards to evidence admissibility and reliance by the judiciary across jurisdictions. Yes. Evidence is used to establish proof that the crime was committed or that a particular person committed that crime. To prove something, for example, that X killed Y, is to eliminate uncertainty or to eliminate some degree of uncertainty regarding the truthfulness of the conclusion. It is pertinent to note that the evidence as a proof which is placed on record in every criminal trial should be of such nature as not to raise even an iota of doubt. Example, the prosecution has to prove his case beyond the reasonable doubt. The article discusses the issues of involving e-evidence in criminal proceedings by properly collecting, verifying, and evaluating electronic evidence in pre-trial and judicial. The role of evidence is continuing. Yes, I am on this slide. Judicial proceedings using digital technology to increase the efficiency of criminal proceedings, to ensure the information security of the state and society. One thing I have to that I am hardcore Gujarati medium student. So it is barrier for me to express English, but still I am trying. Actually, my co-author was going to present this, but he has exam, so I have to cover it. No, I will read it. No, I can. Role of evidence is continuing. I know that the slide. The criminal jurisprudence has witnessed notable transformation with the use of scientific tools, procedures, and methodologies, which has become increasingly pivotal and delivering justice to the aggrieved. Now let's discuss how the digital forensic evidence in helping the legal system to enhance allegations made under Section 304A of IPC and under Section 304 Part 2 of IPC with the help of hit and run case instances. In addition to it, this paper also aims to establish the veracity and admissibility of digital forensic evidence in the court of law and how the examination of its role has different impact on two mostly identical cases with different investigation outcomes. In one instance, the accused was convicted due to the evaluation of digital evidence, while in the other was acquitted due to lack of any proper forensic evidence. The authors have highlighted the challenges before the judges in deciding the criminal case or settle the legal dispute, relying solely on witness testimony, who are seldom tutors or could not be relied upon might jeopardize the entire case proceedings. Thus, the authors argue for using forensic evidence to reconstruct the crime scene on the corroborate the witness or victim's testimony. This is one of the kind of studies which can be act as a pioneer for entailing the essentiality of forensic evidence. In Gabinus and Radavicius versus HM Advocate, the High Court in Aberdeen, it has been noted that even if every witness claims one thing while the video surveillance sequences reveals something else, the electronic evidence will be cited rather than the eyewitness testimony. Recently, in a car accident occurred due to the overspeeding, the former Tata Sons chairman Cyrus Mistry died according to the CCTV footages as obtained by the Palghar police station, Maharashtra, of a Mercedes car in which he was traveling from Ahmedabad to Mumbai. A 20 kilometers journey took only 9 minutes, according to video surveillance photographs, indicating that the luxury vehicle was traveling at a speed of 180 to 190 kilometers per hour. Now, NCRB report says India accounts for 11% of all fatal traffic accident deaths worldwide, despite owning only 1% of all vehicles and even fewer than 1% conviction rate due to the lack of proper evidence. Section 304 of IPC, according to the gravity and seriousness of the offence, culpable homicide not amounting to murder is divided into two categories under Section 304 of IPC in order to determine the appropriate punishment. Part 2 of Section 304 of IPC points that when any bodily injuries are caused with the knowledge to cause death or with the knowledge to inflict such bodily injury that is likely to cause death, the second part of this section specifies a punishment that might up to 10 years or a fine. Now we'll see the Salman Khan case. The case of the prosecution. On the night of 27th September 2002, around 2:45 a.m., Salman Khan was on the influence of alcohol when he was on wheels and then dashed the huge white Toyota Land Cruiser on American Express Bakery landing from the St. Andrews Road, killing one person and injured four. Initially, charges were framed under Section 304A for negligent driving, and proceedings was initiated before Metropolitan Magistrate. But when the trial commenced and witnesses, including police eyewitnesses, were examined, charges were framed under Section 304 Part 2 by Metropolitan Court. But because of the prosecution failed to establish any sort of digital or forensic evidence in this case, Salman Khan got acquittal in this case in 2015. And one more significant case is from Gujarat, Vismay Amit Bhai Shah versus State of Gujarat. The night of February 25th, 2013, Vismay Amit Bhai Shah drove a car, BMW car, in some place of Ahmedabad near Lakshmi Gathiara at a speed of more than 110 kilometers per hour, imprudently and carelessly. He collided with a motorcycle, sending the driver and passenger flying 15 feet into the air. The victims died instantly. Here the court heavily relied upon the silent and digital witness who can never go off its statement. Thus, Vismay Shah was sentenced for 5 years due to fantastic technical report by FSL validating speed test technique from CCTV footages. Now, my topic focuses on this subject only. Now, what is speed test validating technique and FSL role? Now the pertinent question which is raised here is how can a CCTV camera calculate the speed of a car or a motorcycle? Let's see through the present case. The CDR containing the video from 20 minutes of 25th February 2013 of camera number 3 Lakshmi Gathera. The file was examined by applying mathematics. The speed of car was established, and how it is established, I just want to show it is seen there. If I am allowed to skip this, calculation and mathematics is given here. Timeline of analysis video. From the moment the car arrived till the exit of total distance of 15 meters was captured in the impinged camera, and they were marked as Mark 1 and Mark 2. The distance between Mark 1 and Mark 2 was 15 meters, and frame number when suspect car at Mark 1 was 10, and frame number when suspect car was at Mark 2 was 22, and number of frames between Mark 1 and Mark 2 is 22 minus 10 is equal to 12 frames. Frame per second rate of video is 25 frames per second. Now time to reach from Mark 1 to Mark 2 is equal to time is equal to into bracket 12 multiplied by 1 oblique 25 is equal to 0.48 second. Velocity of suspect car from Mark 1 to Mark 2 is equal velocity is equal to distance divided by time is equal to 15 divided by 0.48 is equal to 31.25 meter per second. So 31.25 meter per second multiplied by 3600 seconds divided by 1000 km per hour is equal to 112 km per hour. So here CCTV footage is calculate the speed of the car, and that is the phenomenon. The FSL has determined a specific speed of 112 km per hour. Hence, this was the validation of the technique done by the FSL, which has given significant contribution towards the decision making. For example, conviction for 5 years under section 304 part 2 of the IPC. Now, conclusion. This strong, responsible and scientific investigation conducted by the investigating authorities and their heaviest reliance on the digital evidence entered into the record are obvious and undeniable reason why Bismay Shah was imprisoned in the appeal before the High Court while Salman Khan was acquitted. However, the prosecution failed to provide even one piece of acceptable forensic evidence in the Salman Khan case, which may have altered the outcome. Therefore, it is accurate the state that digital evidence assisted in and will continue to assist in the drafting of the charge from section 304 part A to section 304 part 2 of the Indian Penal Code. The research paper entails that judiciary must create its own paradigms. Every case involves some form of evidence in electric form. Thus, judge must be ready to wear technocratic hat. Every theme such accounts rather than disregard the e-evidence. Applying tech to achieve a desired result is one aspect. The other is to give legal value to the e-evidence. One may lose relevant evidence not because of lack of technology, but because of lack of appreciation of technology. In Mohammad Ajmal Amir Kasab case, you know that Taj attack. In this case, one must appreciate the court which relied on electronic evidences, whether in form of CCTV footages, mobile devices, memory card, data storage, or IP address, etc., while delivering the judgment. Science and technological developments have facilitated new discoveries and innovations while also simplifying research proceedings and useful in solving crime items. Thank you.
Any question?
So the speed test, who is challenging that? The accused is challenging or the judges? See, you said 112 kilometers based on the calculation, right? So the person who has been accused, he's challenging, I'm not going at speed, right? Is he the one challenging?
This test was validated by the FSL, and under Indian Evidence Act section 65B4, the certification was given. So court denied to accept the challenge from the defense.
So, you know, in America, what they do is, if suppose I am going at 75 miles an hour in a speed limit of 65, suppose the police fellow, he has an instrument he will catch, okay, and he'll give me a ticket. You go there and pay this, or you appeal that. So, of course, if I am accused of that, as an accuser, I can challenge that your speedometer was not working, and I challenge that. Then you have to show evidence. So that's why I wanted to know that.
No, but the court denied. Defense wanted to challenge it, but court denied that this is a validation technique, and it is absolutely mathematical based.
Yes.
So you cannot deny this. And FSL, what FSL did, they practiced 3 times with different speeds with the police gypsy, and then they validate this thing, this test.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Just a minute.
Madam, there is a conventional method, that is from skid marks, speed is calculated. Which one is better? This one is better validated from this conventional.
In my presentation, I just indicated for the Salman Khan because there must be skid marks, and prosecution did not care for collecting it. So skid mark is also fine, but this is more accurate than skid mark.
It has been proved that this evidence digital is more accurate compared to the skid marks.
It is not. It is
That is also mathematical.
It is subject to research.
Thank you.
PID P7, session chairs, please take note. You have to follow timeline.
So, a very warm good afternoon to everyone. This is Ashish Kamboj from National Forensic Sciences University. So, I am hereby to express my views on my research which I had done under the guidance of Dr. Panem Charan Arora. With the emerging crime rates that we are seeing in the automobile industry, such as theft, hit and run cases, I present hereby my research which I had done under the supervision of Dr. Panem Charan Arora under the topic vehicle theft detection and tracking using surveillance video using modern traffic security management system. So, main use of this research is to track the vehicles which are stolen from the roadsides. If we see previous data in our country and compare our national capital region data from Delhi, it is the highest number of vehicles are stolen from the Delhi area. The report said that between 2011 and 2020, more than 3 lakh vehicles were stolen in the national capital region. Citing the Delhi police data, a car is stolen in every 12 minutes in national capital, which is a huge big issue for the law enforcement agencies as well as this traffic police also. If we compare our these current ratio of the vehicle has been stolen, it will increase by 103%. So main purpose of this preventive work to control the crime related to the vehicle using an image camera, or a click by artificial intelligence. And in this research, I focus the real-time problem with the road-based scenario analysis. The proposed AI-based algorithm for the vehicle recognition is built on the top of an integrated cameras as well as smart cameras, which is also utilized to test a validated algorithm. Moreover, I am using here RMD algorithm, which is like real midpoint displacement algorithm, which is usually captured for the 2D as well as 3D image capturation. The effectiveness of this algorithm and software will be shown by experiment testing. So here is some problem statements and challenges. So one of the big challenges is that how to track the stolen vehicle and how to recover the stolen vehicle. Suppose your car is carrying a GPS and someone has put jammer on that, then your GPS is useless. So to overcome that, I have created an infrastructure which can be very helpful. Before that, I am discussing the objective of this research. To help the law enforcement agency to detect the vehicle as well as to catch the criminal of hit and run cases, which is increasing day by day. To detect the stolen vehicle, to catch the vehicle is violating the traffic rules. Above these objectives, I have pasted an image which is like different type of detection method is there. ROI counting lines selection, detection of moving objects, first clustering stage, as well as fusion of overlapping objects. Rather than this, second clustering stage, track vehicles, count vehicles, classifying the vehicles also. Basically, classifying the vehicles means that if the number plate of the vehicle is not captured, then it will based on the classification of vehicle, whether it's like XUV or a Swift car, on the basis of their model. So here is my proposed system, which will be very helpful. So here I am using this microcontroller, this one and this one. So main work of this microcontroller will be like, it will act as a hidden GPS which will be integrated with your car ECU chips. ECU means engine control unit module. So it will be integrated inside your car's ECU. So if the thief is put some jammer in your car, so whenever he is thinking that there is no GPS in this vehicle, so if we take that vehicle in safer zone and off the jammer, so that microcontroller will act as a GPS system and it will transfer the information to the police headquarters like that. So here I am using two frequencies. One is this internet and another is FM radio station frequency. If the internet connectivity is lost, then it will get the GPS coordinates using this FM radio station, because every radio FM station has certain frequencies like 102 megahertz, 104 megahertz. So nearest this area, so it will identify that from this radio station. So here I am using this SPI, which is known as Serial Peripheral Interface. So here are some results which I have done during my prototype. So it's like great accuracy and some data is also available on internet. So I put some videos on my algorithm and it runs a huge good. Here are some applications. One of the good application is speed detection. Another is detecting the violation of traffic rules like hit and run and reduce the manpower, good hand-on surveillance system, and the more advanced is that ADAS, Advanced Driver Assistance System, which is also used in this Tesla as well as these driverless cars, and Elon Musk is also using this system. Smart collision avoidance system like Volvo is best in this segment for using this type of collision system. After that, LiDAR, light detection and ranging. If you saw in your street lights that after the night is coming and that street lights get open, same sensor is also used in that. So here is the future scope. It will be very helpful for the autonomous driving. It will be help in preventing accident, easy to report any kind of mishappening over the road. Traffic agencies will have full control over the traffic. So here are some prototypes when I was running these algorithms on my PC. So this was the output of that, how it will detect. So here is the conclusion. asset management, resource allocation, site safety, traffic control, public safety, decrease in crime, monitoring on the traffic, interception of criminals will become more easier. So, if anyone have any question, please ask.
Yes, any questions?
See, FM radio are you using to get a triangulation of your location?
Sir, actually it will identify the band of the radio frequency. So, if the FM radio has certain kind of regions, have you got my point? So, it will detect that nearest radio station of that frequency. So, it will detect and capture that location in that microcontroller, and that will pass information to the headquarters of the police.
FM station normally comes at 20 kilometers, up to 90 kilometers also will come.
Sir,
when FM station normally
this is the microcontroller, which is also established in the traffic light also. So when the car will pass, that LiDAR sensor, I have mentioned in my application, that LiDAR sensor is also placed in car, everywhere in the car. So that frequency will come, and this LiDAR sensor will be detect that, and that will be give information, actual information of that car will pass from this area. I got, sir.
That's fine, but FM alone. Any question?
Ashish, first of all, I will congratulate you because you have done use the digital technology for detection of the crime, especially in physics, stolen vehicle and hit and run accidents. Earlier times, so many times, laboratory was receiving cases where only the image was not clear of the number plates, and enhancement was being done, but even then it is not successful in many of the cases.
Yes, sir.
So using this technology, and second thing, in the hit and in the stolen vehicles, the conventional technology was engine number and chassis number deciphering, but in the modern cars, utilizing this technology is really a good thing.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
आशीष, इसमें मैग्नेटिक फील्ड और मैग्नेटिक डिवाइसेस, आपकी ये डिवाइस पे क्या इफेक्ट करेगा, इसके बारे में आपने कुछ सोचा है? क्योंकि ये रेडियो एफएम जो है उसमें बीच में अगर कोई हेवी, जैसे आप बड़ा सा वो प्रोसेशन लेके जा रहे हो, क्या बोलते हैं, बड़े बड़े वो वूफर और वो सब लेके, तो आपके जो ये जो रेज होते हैं वो डिस्टर्ब होते हैं.
For that, we are installing a huge big NIC card for the network interception in that microcontroller. So it will intercept each and every frequency near that area. So it will elaborate.
It will not disturb magnetic field or
no, it will
magnetic.
Not. It will not disturb. If it will disturb, then this LiDAR sensor, which will install in this traffic light, it will detect. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to know what will be the power supply. It will be running on some power source. So it will be driving the power from the engine battery.
This one, sir?
Yeah.
It will directly connect it to the engine's battery by bypassing the switch of that car.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if the engine is not started or it's...
It will work. It will work.
Even if the engine is not started or the ignition is not turned on.
Because is like consuming low power with high efficiency, with high computing power. Like this STM32L052. This is a microcontroller.
You will be giving batteries for that. Small batteries.
Not extra battery. That will be like for car default battery.
But for that, the key has to be turned on.
No, sir. Actually, for that, I have to design such kind of ECM chip. That can be bypassed this switch. It can be very easily. That is not a big issue.
My point is that if the car is not turned on, if somebody tows that vehicle, then
it will also work, sir. It will also work.
Thank you.
So for that, it's also part of research. We will put some like backup batteries, like some cells of that.
There has to be some independent battery. You
Yeah.
can't rely on the power supply of the vehicle because it has to be like some watch cells or
Sir,
small cells because this
I am
won't
currently
be
doing research on that, and like 65% of work I am done in that. So I am in future also I am pursuing
like
that
I can
also.
steal a vehicle and I can tow it away. What will you do?
Right now.
No. Just giving you right now you have to install that chip first, then you see.
Any other questions?
Hi, this is Ramesh Reddy. Yeah, after your system is done, usually in the auto companies they have like they call it TARA, threat assessment and risk assessment. Do you have any methodology to do those things? And also, second question is, they are coming up with the standards, SAE 24143, the United Nations.
Actually, sir, for that methodology, I can't disclose right now because for some security uses. So if that is spreading publicly, that it can be misused very easily. For that, I have to base some security protocols also.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir. Sorry for that.
Wait, there are few more questions.
Adek, and I think it is great framework, I would say. But there is a standard called AutoSAR.
Which sir?
AutoSAR.
Okay.
And I think there are certain features they have developed in developing and designing, similar kind of mechanism from the framework perspective. So I think there could be certain differentiation from Indian perspective. But if you
For the brand information, sir, AutoSAR is based on AI-based algorithms. Yeah. So I am modifying some hardware in that car. So I am bypassing all the algorithm.
They are also coming up with certain hardware as well from new standards.
For that, I don't know about that, but thing is that, as I think, it is advancement.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello Ashish, so what kind of interfaces you are using in microcontroller? And second question is algorithms for vehicle detection. Can you throw some light on that?
Okay. For connecting the microcontroller with this car ECM chip, I am using SPI interface, serial peripheral interface. After that, if you are asking about algorithms, I am using RMD algorithm, random midpoint displacement algorithm, which is usually captured for the 2D as well as 3D objects. So,
Yeah, Ashish, regarding the microcontroller, what is the size of microcontroller in terms of bits?
bits, it will be around, sir, 36 bits.
It's a 36-bit microcontroller.
Yes, sir.
So, any justification?
Right now, sir, I can't disclose these things for the security point of view as well as for disclosing the data. So I'm a little bit worried about this.
Second thing is the minimum distance required to detect this vehicle.
What is sir? Collision as well as
Like the 3 end is 3 meter or what?
Sir, 3 meter is like minimum range of this coming in the frequency of this microcontroller.
So is it required?
Yeah, maybe it can vary.
So how it will be detected?
Means what? This microcontroller?
Yes.
So it will detect when I am putting some LiDAR sensor on the cars, everywhere on the car. When the car will pass under this traffic lights, it will detect. If the thief is putting some jammer in the car, in that way it will bypass that.
Suppose I am carrying some sort of other controllers.
Like what?
Apart from this controller,
Okay.
I am carrying some electromagnetic devices with me. Will it be also detected?
Electromagnetic, it will not detect because I am using plug and play.
So are you detecting particular frequency or particular signal or what?
See, sir, I am detecting as well as frequency as well as the light also, which is put it on these traffic light areas. I am putting this object on the traffic light area, wherever the traffic light is in your area. So when the car will pass, this LiDAR sensor will be deployed on the roof as well as outside of your car. If the jammer is inside the car, then any kind of radio frequency will not work. So in case that jammer is inside the car, it will work. In that case, alternative of that case.
What about the daytime?
Daytime it will also work, sir. Some infrared also we can put in instead of that.
Okay.
Like this remote, like laser.
One more question is there?
Ashish bhai, sorry, but if you try to gather this kind of data, like there are lots and lots of cars are there, right?
Yeah.
So there are like a huge amount of data will generate. So if there any like situation, how you can handle those data?
That's why I said it is complete right now, 65%. Remaining is pending now. So I am working on that. For that I have to make some framework for that. So it will complete. I will definitely show in next conference for the research episode.
Okay. Dr. Charan is co-author for this paper and you want to throw some lights.
Sir, this is the 65% is done, sir. So we are going to put in a patent. So many things are not disclosing. So remaining thing, I hope next conference or next paper we can contribute. Thank you, sir.
My guide, Dr. Panan Charan, who encouraged me to go for certain kind of real-time issues. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next, paper ID P8.
Good evening. It's okay? Silence. Thanks. It's a lot of questions. It's a local hero and local questions. It's nice to hear the students after doing well. I'm wishing all the best for a completion of another 35%, I think, correct? Not a 45%, 35%. Good. Thank you. So, this session I would like to take in fact, I'm honored to present in front of sirs work. I had opportunity to work with him closely last 1.5 years of the work, which is research in the form of more of theoretical form. They were on like work for last 40 years or 35 years of knowledge and accumulations. It was a kind of a crash fire in the last 1 year. That is research in interesting fundamental problems where how things have changed in the world of sensors. Kind of fusion, and then what kind of new tool sets coming, like a point right into it. What are the kind of new tools we're going to use to measure and assemble the many sensors fusion problems? Thanks to sir, and also thanks to Professor Navin Chaudhary for encouraging to upstage this research effort in front of all of you. Because morning, sir, Professor SSI put in a last of algorithm list, a Boltzmann machine, also part of it, deep Boltzmann machine, he put DBM put. And also, he has one, he did not reveal it morning is present, so my duty to bring it, call Brooks Iyengar algorithm. If all of you have a mobile phone, just put your mobile phone, Google it, there is something called Brooks Iyengar algorithm, you can come up with that. So what fascinated for me is this was a kind of a parallel read fundamental of playing research doing on a Boltzmann machine, which is from our undergraduate thermodynamics and physics and more on that area, even quantum mechanics bit also. In fact, while I was totally very different paradigm for Brooks Iyengar algorithm came from one of the problem, I'll tell you where that that is emerging that one. So how these two are related? I'm trying to compare these two and then bring out, then the foundation will be the same, mathematics will be beginning, and the rest is follows that. That is a real work from here in this one. Of course, the relationship between these two are established in detail. The physics of the problem is very simple. If you're given n number of sensors, in that some of them faulty also will be there, some red colors. So now we need to make sure when taking decisions, we do not include those red colors. If we include that, our accuracy and range and measured value will get skewed, then our things will not be correct. So that's the basic problem as a engineering application problem will be leading me to solve that. But see, 1984 was like a landmark year for physics, and also today what we talk about deep learning. The professor called Professor Hinton from Toronto University, he formulated the problem of neural networks and the information theory into the called Boltzmann mission problems. That was a foundation for all today we talk about deep learning, AI, data science, and so on and so forth. But parallelly, see, 1996, Professor Enger and Brooks, they come out with a very different algorithms for computing, like kind of accuracy with this which they talked about. They talk about accuracy and range and measured value. That is a kind of major contribution they brought it up. So there are two parallel things, they not crossed each other. What was quite burning on my mind was I could read the first one, second I heard from him in person, I was lucky maybe, to be in this way. So I could see a lot of correlations and then trying to formulate the things behind it. Of course, for notation simplicity, we see Boltzmann machine is a BM, Brooks-Enger algorithm is a BI. So that's the way we will be using it now. We'll come back to that. There is a new person also introduced called Pointergen, that this is the one. So I'll bring it where that is going to play a role connecting these two. Of course, all of you might be knowing something called Fourier transform, which physics will study to measure anything, and it can be represented in terms of periodic functions. So Fourier transform, like a basic pillar for last 300 years in the science and mathematics wherever we go. Without that, no measurement happening as such. But that is questioned by, there is another one called Kolmogorov, that is 1940s, 50s and all. And they brought out the new methods of measurement problems, which is called sensor fusion problems, which first slide itself explained to you easily. So that's the same typed out here. So the mathematically, I'll give a simple kind of intuitive example. It's a circle. If you multiply e to the power of theta, if you keep rotating, it will not move around. So infinitely many points also one circle will come out. If you go minus infinity plus infinity also, you would have come to one circle. So the periodic function is more of that nature actually. Then some of them may not be periodic function. This example is more of a thing. But if you see here, our fundamental place where we do measurements, the G is a place we do measurements. This is called sensor place. On the measurement we have a functions. So like data are like a time series data, so measuring and putting G star. On the top of that we take a Fourier transform and so on and so forth, the G double star. So if you connect G star and G double star, then we done this work of PA equal to PM at what conditions? This is one of the things from physics and kind of first year maths and control study. Any given dynamical system we can represent in this form of first order transfer function. So this can be also considered as a one example, but this is not the final one to talk about it. So this is a problem which I was talking about it, percentage general problems. Percentage what? Their problem is general. There are 4 people are listening to that. He has to take a decision, all the 4 are correct, or which 3 is correct, or which one is wrong. He has to find out those one, then he has to listen to that. That's a problem which is before 1996 unsolved. 1996 Brooks-Iyengar algorithms given the solutions by using this interesting method. What strategically this Brooks-Iyengar algorithm does is doesn't go for a point measurement, it measures over the period of times, so the decision is robust. So robustness inbuilt in that. And the second line, if you see, after the measurement of that, then only the decision going ahead. Of course, there the beautiful thing sir brought it as it's not one sensor. There are n sensors are there. These n sensors are talking to each other. That's a beautiful thing about which is essentially the core of a Boltzmann machine also. So normally people take a variance and average and leave it. That is for the first over. But sir brought out the very intelligent, subtle ways. These sensors are talking to each other and verifying who is correct. That's what the second line is talk about. After measurement over, they do discussing about that which sensor is true. So now we have to qualify the sensor who is correct, who is wrong, right? So that's what done it here. So without put too much of equation, you can go to hit up. So it's all there. I did not reprint it. This Brooks-Iyengar the hit up, you put it in. I just simplified it such that we can present. So now we go back to Boltzmann's. So now I just took this case of Brooks-Iyengar one. I just go to Boltzmann's. The Boltzmann's also, suppose here the green. The green are like the one we can imprint sound inputs. The yellows are hidden neurons. Suppose 7 neurons are there. 7 neurons are there. In the 7, 4 we can imprint it, we have opportunity, and the 3 are hidden, we don't know how to do them. But these 7 all together take a decision. The measurement, any measurement we perform on that, these 7 plays a major role. There also we do not know which hidden role plays correct or wrong. So that's the question there also. Of course, there also the measurement is, Boltzmann machine also the measurement is only one place, the energy. Essentially the energy is the measured value and then one parameter called temperatures. These two are connected.
Please find that.
Yeah, another 3 slides are there. So this is a kind of a connecting slide which I have it here. So we have a sensor networks. Again, thousands of sensors we putting in the smart city or wherever in the car. Then it can be stochastic form. It can be deterministic networks also. In the stochastic forms, the Boltzmann machine takes over the solution. If the deterministic, then with the energy we have a half-field network, which is essentially called the neural network, which is there. In that, if you have multi-layer neural network, in that you have Brooks-Iyengar algorithm. This is a connection which is coming to that. That's what I was trying to establish into that. So this is a method. This is the final problem which is formulated with this as blessings. So the problem is here is, so if I measure A to K, the time series data, A1, A2, A3, we are measuring it, the sensors I equals to 1 to N. There are N sensors are there. Every sensor emits K values of time series data. Now, as an observer, we only observe that S value. We do not know what exactly original value. S will have some error noises also added to that. Now, the question is, what could be the program which emitting that output? So sir also morning hinted about quantum computing and quantum sensing. Here in classical computer program, one code gives only one output, correct? We cannot say one code, we cannot give 2 outputs. We will disqualify that boy is failing if he does that, right? Or boy or girl. But in the quantum program, one program can give multiple outputs. That's legally, that's the way the quantum comes. So the program P can result in multiple observations. That is, we are not violating the physics there. So S can be a multiple. So we have to find out the program P which emitted those sequences SI. So this is the kind of problem which we are working on it. This problem comes under the class of quantum sensing. So we try to use a Brooks-Iyengar algorithm to go into solve the quantum sensing problem. That's a place we are into that. Any questions there?
Okay, first of all, thank you for giving a nice presentation. Okay, my question related to your wireless sensor network. Since we deploy multiple sensors into the field,
And I'm fully agreed that when we are collecting some final value from the sensors, then definitely we should agree on some specific point. Yes, isn't it?
That's the place Sir has brought out the new notion called measurement over the period of time.
Okay, fine.
Measurement over the period of time. Not only that, he is allowing sensors to discuss each other. They have a sensor.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so what happens is, let's assume there are 100 different sensors, and each sensors will give not one measurement, like if you say temperature, you don't say 98.4, you say a range, okay, 98.4 to 98.6. So for every sensor, it gives what we call an abstract width. So when you have 100 sensors, all that you are trying to do is to sort of merge all of them and come up with an optimal abstract width. And that's the one which we can say that is the temperature. And that is the beauty of it, is how you can sort of merge it. So because this is a piecewise continuous function, and the good problem is, even if there are assuming some sensors are not reading its value, we are sort of taking care of that by putting that in an abstract width. So I think what he is trying to show there is, how does this connect to Boltzmann machine? I mean, that's a traditional thing in physics they use for solving problem. So an analogy to the Boltzmann machine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay. There is one more question, sir, please.
So compared to the Boltzmann approach and this Brooks-Eininger approach, what about the time complexity?
Computational complexity.
Yes.
Of course, Boltzmann machine as of today not solved. As you know, it's called restricted Boltzmann machine, only called RBM, only solved by him 10 students, by two of them from Toronto University, 2013 and 12. But as a BM still stands unsolved problem only. There is no computationally solvable algorithm which can train the given Boltzmann machines. Give sampling and so on so going on. Similar, what sad thing is, they have beautiful algorithm polynomial time converging into that. That's the beauty here. You see the polynomial time, L log n, almost like L log n have brought it. So it's a convergence into that one. So of course, we have a smart city. We have Rasi said that 10,000 LiDAR sensors there. We want to get the one inference within 2 milliseconds or 200 seconds. We can do with BA, but BM is very tough. BM is extremely tough actually.
Okay, thank you.
So, is this something like the data aggregation that we are doing in the sensor network?
So I would not say data aggregation. Data aggregation is done from one node, another node, and continuously to the endpoint.
Yes.
So the interesting aspect is, even if there are some nodes, sensor nodes giving faulty readings, although we do the data aggregation finally in the form of an abstract width, that will be supplemented, that would not affect. So what is the interesting property here is, even if there are sensors who are not acting properly, or there are faulty sensors, we can safely take the fusion value of it and say this is in the boundary.
Okay.
And these are very important applications in airplane, many applications, because in plane also there are hundreds of sensors being added. Even to measure temperature, they will have about 25-30 sensors. So even by some chance, if there are some sensors are faulty, but the overall value will come within the range that you want.
Yeah.
That is the
Okay, understood. Okay, thank you.
All session chairs, please take note that we are having one paper from the previous technical session. Paper ID P4, Ethereum blockchain based medicine supply chain.
Good afternoon to all of you. I am Chigna Hatharia. Currently, I am pursuing my research work in Computer Science and Engineering Department, Nirma University, under the supervision of Dr. Priyanka Sharma. Today, I am going to present my research paper, which is entitled as Ethereum Blockchain-Based Medicine Supply Chain. So, today I will cover these terms in my entire presentation. So first I can start with the introduction. So nowadays in the entire world, every year number of deaths occur due to the consumption of counterfeit medicine. So it is a very dangerous, so which impacts the healthcare industry. So it is a prime concern of the healthcare industry to deliver the authentic medicine to the patients. So medicine supply chain is used for the delivery of the medicine, in which medicine transfers from one asset to another asset from different stages, in different stages, or from one asset to a different asset. So in this manual medicine supply chain process, the unintended users can do some tamperment with some medicine packets and some its batch ID. So therefore, in this case, it must required for healthcare industry to verify the quality of the medicine. And the second reason is there is a possibility of exposure of the medicines to high temperature in storage or in during the transit or during the logistic. So it could reduce their efficacy of the medicine. So how we can the next reason is the patient cannot ensure about the quality of the medicine, and patient can also not able to track their medicine and locate the source of the medicine, and they cannot they cannot visualize the process of entire supply chain. So if medicine is not properly stored, then medicine cannot give the effective results to recover from any cannot give the effective result to recover from any disease in the patient's body. So to address all the issue, we have proposed the Ethereum blockchain-based medicine supply chain, which provides a promising solution to track and trace the medicine at each and every stage in the entire supply chain process. So we have verified the medicine status, and we have verified the medicine status in terms of medicine is sold before or first time it was sold, and then verify all the details of particular medicine. The patient can also visualize the entire supply chain, and we can also monitor the temperature level of the medicine to manage the cold storage or during transit or during the cold storage in the any pharmaceutical company. So this is the literature which I have referred to address the issue of medicine supply chain, and I have identified some of the research objectives. So these are my research objectives. So first one is presented as Ethereum based solutions for a medicine supply chain that ensures the system decentralization, reliability, immutability, security, and end-to-end traceability. So decentralized, it means peer-to-peer network, reliability, trustworthy, immutable, no one can change, and security, which is provided by the blockchain, and end-to-end traceability of the entire medicine supply chain process. So we develop Ethereum-based smart contracts for each stakeholders to perform the supply chain operations securely and update the medicine status to maintain the traceability of medicine at each and every stage. So and we have also applied some cold chain medicine management in the storage to cold chain medicine management in medical store or during logistics. So we have also performed the vulnerability analysis of the smart contract, which provides a robust solution that secures against various vulnerabilities and attacks in the smart contract. So this is my proposed architecture. So first of all, users can request to join this blockchain network, and after that, each and every user which are present in this blockchain network, everyone can apply the consensus algorithm and validate the users with granting their registration. So first part is the user registration. So after that, supplier can collect the raw materials and send it to the manufacturer with some unique code in transportation. After that, manufacturer can verify the raw material with its raw material ID and also verify the supplier ID and transporter ID. If it is verified successfully, then manufacturer can start to manufacture the medicine from that particular raw material. And after that, it can create the batch ID for particular medicine and also create some medicine packets. Now manufacturer can verify the medicine compliance standard and also verify the medicine status, which knows the status of the medicine recall or available in medicine valid list or not in the blockchain network. So further, this medicine with unique ID and batch ID, further this medicine is transferred from manufacturer to warehouses and this process continues. So we have designed some smart contract to assign the roles to each stakeholder who is present in this supply chain process. So after that, in this algorithm, admin can verify the user ID and their details. If it is valid, then admin can allow to that user ID in the blockchain network, to add that user ID in the blockchain network. After that, admin can also verify the medicine quality, which verifying the medicine status, if it is available in valid medicine list in the blockchain network, or if it is not valid, then remove that medicine from the valid medicine list. So it decides based on the expiry date of the medicine, based on the medicine recall, and based on medicine recall status and other temperature related fluctuation which is occurred. So this is the entire workflow of supply chain, medicine supply chain process. So first start with the user registration, and then supplier can collect the raw materials and send it to the manufacturer and update the medicine status equal to 1. And as so we can see, like now the medicine at supplier, medicine is present at supplier. Similarly, that transfer medicine with its unique credentials to the manufacturer, and manufacturer can receive and verify all the details of the medicine like transporter ID, supplier ID and medicine details with unique credentials, and update the medicine status to 2. It means now medicine at manufacturer, and that process continues till pharmacy shop and end consumer. So this features the traceability of the medicine, where the medicine is. So we can directly locate the medicine. So and each medicine consumer and stakeholder can visualize this entire process of supply chain due to the nature of the blockchain, due to the nature of transparent nature of the blockchain. So these are the results. So in this, first I have create a smart contract in which first I have to complete the user registration process. So these are my stakeholders: supplier, manufacturer, warehouse, distributor, pharmacy shop, and admin. Okay, so first of all, this is the one of the result in which I have registered with one of the user. So event is user registration and all the IDs. All the IDs in the form of hexadecimal, or we can say the wallet address of particular ID, particular user wallet address, blockchain wallet address. So in the role of supplier, so in first case I have to make a raw packet. It means supplier have to make a raw packet with collecting all the details of medicine, all the raw materials, and made a raw packet. And after that, they the raw packet and raw form sent from supplier to manufacturer with using some transporter. After that, real-time shipment update. So I have already told that like manufacturer can receive the raw materials of the medicine and verify the details and manufacture the medicine. It means every time when update the status of the medicine, so we can locate like now where is the medicine. So we can directly real-time locate the medicine. Okay, so cold chain medicine storage. So wait a second. So here I have take some video. So here we can see in this video, here we can see the temperature. I have considered a cold chain storage and shipment. So for that I have trial with some digital temperature controller. So I have set the temperature with 28 degrees Celsius. And the medicine which is shown here, the exiting the temperature for medicine is 30 degrees Celsius. So we have seen the temperature fluctuation in this digital temperature. So here we can see the temperature is, we have seen the temperature fluctuation in this digital temperature controller. Which decreases due to normal temperature or some environmental conditions. So if it is increases or decreases from 30 degree, then the alarm is played, or alarm in terms of buzzer. So is played and also off the red light. So here we can see the red light is on. So if any danger if any buzzer is played, then directly this red light goes off. So which indicates now you are in danger form. So therefore we can say that medicine which exiting due to some temperature fluctuation, which is not giving that much effect on the patient's body. So using these devices we can also connect the chip and that chip transfers the data to the computer, and this all so we can collect the data of real-time data from this controller. So this old controller I have collected from Arihant Set 8. So after the temperature verification of the particular medicine, the only valid medicine with correct temperature details can add in the valid medicine list in the blockchain network after verifying the medicine status. After that, the vulnerability analysis of particular smart contract. So Ethereum smart contract developed for medicine traceability, which explored using the efficient tools to discover any vulnerabilities is present in any code. So these tools were applied during the development to enhance the smart contract's reliability. The first of all, the smart contract is created using the Remix ID, which offers some code debugging and runtime error alerts. Moreover, okay. So the smart check is used to find code vulnerabilities from various levels of security, and the output indicated the smart code was bug-free following numerous iterations of the modification. So by comparing the smart contract to its knowledge base and analyzing the smart check, confirmed that it was free from vulnerabilities that may have exposed it to abuse and the cyber attacks. So I have used the ONT tool for that. So now last in my entire presentation, I have concluded with some few points. So I have created a smart contract which which provides end-to-end visibility, or we can say the transparency nature of the blockchain. We can visualize the entire process, or stakeholders can visualize. After that, medicine validation using the temperature controller, or we can say if valid medicine is available in the blockchain network, so we can verify that. After that, the decentralized, it means all the users all are connected in the decentralized or peer-to-peer network. After that, traceability, so real-time locate the source of the medicine. And I have used the normal cold supply chain using digital temperature controller. So every medicine soap or pharmaceutical soap can use that particular controller to manage the medicine storage. So this is my future work. So cold chain supply chain, we can transfer from digital temperature controller to the IoT devices or to the IoT sensors. And next is permission network to improve the security of the supply chain process. So I have to create permission network instead of public network. So these are my references. Thank you.
Okay, there are questions.
Hi, this is Ramesh Reddy.
Yes, sir.
One couple of questions. What kind of consensus algorithms you are using?
Proof of stake, sir.
Proof of stake.
Yes.
In your vulnerability analysis, basically you are analyzing the solidity code, right?
Yes, smart contract code.
There are certain kind of standards to do the vulnerability analysis of the solidity code. Did you look into any of that?
I have used one of the tool, ONT tool.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So based on it, I can verify.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, so actually you have selected cryptocurrency based kind of technique, Ethereum based.
Yeah, but
Actually,
there is a different concept from the blockchain and cryptocurrency.
But your paper name is Ethereum based, I guess.
Yes, Ethereum based because I have created the smart contract in the using Solidity. So Solidity is a language for Ethereum. That's why I mentioned the paper name Ethereum.
Okay, so POS and POW both are considering only POS.
POS. Because from September 2022 onwards, all the networks, all the test networks and all the real networks are transferred from proof of work to proof of stake. Because proof of work requires energy-based resources like GPU and CPU. So, and only the first miner can get a reward. If many miners can try to solve the mathematical puzzle, but only the first miner can get reward, and all others can take a more chance to solve that mathematical puzzle. That is the reason. So people are not so much interested to use proof of work instead of proof of stake.
So that is why you consider POS.
Yes.
And my second question related to selection of this medicine supply chain.
Yes.
So can you also replace this medicine supply chain network with any other application?
Human organ supply chain, sir. Human organ supply chain.
Why is it?
Because there is a very fraud is occurred in the human organ supply chain. Because the main users who actually requires the organ on time, but due to black market of the human organ supply chain, so the people can't get a particular organ, and sometimes that organ is waste or no one can take it because they cannot check and directly they can take. As per my view, sir.
Similar thing happen with many other fresh products like dairy products.
Yeah, we can apply like food supply chain. We can also apply with the food supply chain like farmer to fork, or we can apply the Walmart supply chain, and many things we can apply this supply chain in the blockchain. In any supply chain, we can use that.
Okay, thank you.
I just came. I also have a question.
Yes, sir.
Hello. See, you mentioned that you have used Ethereum based. So I think you have used Ethereum blockchain implementation platform.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes, remit ID, sir.
Okay, good. So what about transaction latency and transaction throughput of your?
Scalability. Yes,
Yeah.
sir, I cannot apply here the IPFS. So it can reduce the scalability, or we can address the issue of the scalability. So I cannot measure that, but in future I can consider that. So.
Okay. Then consensus you are talking about proof of stake, something you have used.
Yes.
Fine. So and in between you talk about miners, that less miners are required in the proof of stake. You are saying.
No, proof of work.
More are required at proof of work or what?
In the proof of work, all the miners have to use high energy based resources like GPU and CPU. So there is very costly. There is very expensive. We can say like. So every network now from September 2022 transfers from proof of work to proof of stake, because proof of
So
stake.
as Ethereum blockchain implementation platform, it migrates to proof of stake. So that is the reason you chose that proof of stake, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. So who are the stakeholders in this? In proof of stake. So how the stakes are distributed in your application?
Yes.
That medicine supply chain.
Yes.
Who are having the stakes, or who to whom you have given the authority for block creation or transaction verification?
Minors, sir.
Who
Only
are the
minors.
minors?
Yeah, only minor can do the proof of stake. Minors can solve the mathematical puzzle.
Okay. Any other question?
So as you said, like we have verified users. Okay. So there are many chances they try to manipulate or like try to do some malicious entry. So what about that?
In both term,
Like malicious transactions, I mean.
malicious transactions.
Malicious, like wrong entries.
Yes, yes.
So what about that?
So there is a consensus algorithm that verify all the transactions. And if it is not valid, then directly it is work in the decentralized network. So all users which is present in the blockchain network, that all users can verify all the transactions. If some wrong transaction entry is uttered in particular any transaction or any block, so directly it can be notified and remove that particular or terminate that transaction.
Any kind of punishment for those minors, as you said?
No, I don't know.
I think I just recently found that we've been able to use that for smart contracts. So that's why when I saw your smart contract, there was some similarity on that. Maybe I'll send you that paper, okay?
Okay, yes, sir. Thank you.
One more question, sorry.
Yes,
See, you have used Ethereum. Whether you have used permission or permissionless blockchain?
Permissionless.
Permissionless. But I think for your application, permission blockchain is more suitable.
Yes, in future work I can apply this. I have already applied, but in this paper that is not presented.
I'll suggest you can check for IOTA blockchain implementation platform.
Okay, yes, sir.
Or Hyperledger also.
Hyperledger Fabric, I have already done it.
Okay.
In my previous RSC, I have already come up with that solution, so I have already did it. But in this paper, I cannot mention that Hyperledger Fabric.
Any other question? Thank you. So we are reaching to our last presentation now. Sir, he converted his track to online, so he have presented online. Yeah. So, session chair, please take note. It is P10.
Hi, good evening. This is Harsh Panchal from National Forensic Science University. My topic is that a mini review on the physical unclonable function.
the hardware security primitives. Nowadays, all cyber people are here, so everyone must insist that control C and control V. We people are just believing in everywhere we are just doing control C and control V. Even into the genome sequencing and even in DNA, we have seen that now replication of the genome and DNA is possible. At least even 1%, but it's possible. But the thing is that we nowadays hardware security primitives came into the picture. So our hard disk, our physical storage devices, we can make an image copy of those hardwares. We can even copy those hardwares. But what's about our brain memory? So we came up with a new kind of solution to make more security on the hardware devices. So this is my table of content that we are discussing a CIA security model as we are discussing about the security. Second thing is the hardware security primitives. Then we also discuss about the PUF, which is a physical unclonable function, and we also discuss about the physical unclonable function types. And then the IC authentication mechanism of PUF along with the key metrics of PUF and its application. So the major motivation behind start the research into this domain is that nowadays digital transformation is at extreme level, and major security loopholes are there into the routers as well as into the webcams. Because nowadays mobiles are a little bit more secure, computer systems are a little bit secure, but what's about the routers? What's about the webcams? So we are focusing on the low power consumption and small devices which are coming under the category of IoT devices. So we are focusing on the router and webcams because those are the only two categories where more hackers are targeting those devices. We have seen those live example into the Ukraine attack, that half of the Ukraine cameras are being live on some platforms and people are watching this, and those are the biggest issue into the system. So now we know that IoT devices are majorly coming up with different kind of sensors and different kind of ports. So sensors are which are collecting the different kind of parameters such as the temperature, speed, different kind of parameters are there for the IoT sensors. So some of our previous presenters present certain things. So where that sensors things are also coming into the picture. So if we are covering up everything, then the major point is that monitoring and the control of the equipment is been lost whenever that kind of devices got attacked. So we have recently seen the news that before 2 days only Mumbai Terminal 2, Airport Terminal 2 got shut down. Everyone is rushing behind and everyone is searching behind cyber security expert, but no one checked the basic level that the physical wire got cut. Before that, the Adani power grid was attacked. That is the biggest loophole of the IoT devices we can consider, because those categories are coming under the SCADA securities. So if we are talking about this, then the device hijacking, data spoofing, device theft, access risk are at the top. But how to secure those things? Because now we have firewalls, we have physical security, but what's about the IoT devices? Now we are using random function with the different kind of generation. But what next? So that is the next step is that a physical unclonable function. So which already I mentioned into my starting of the presentation that we cannot copy the human brain memory. We can copy the hardware based memory such as a non-volatile memory or volatile memory. But what's about brain? So in the same concept we started researching on this. Coming back on the track, CIA, so we have seen that the integrity, confidentiality and availability needs to be maintained at each and every stage of the cyber security phenomenon. So we are talking about the IoT, so the critical infrastructure of IT and OT vertical coming into the picture, and that creates big amount of loss, as we have seen that Adani case, they lost millions of dollars due to this issue. So what is a hardware security primitives? IoT edge devices require a secret key in order to protect their data, even our IP or operations to possible threats. So these devices depends upon the software or else some kind of algorithm which are using a random key. But nowadays we have an extreme capability of processing. So now people are cracking down those random key algorithm, and they are doing attacks on the IoT devices. And most of the new generation IoT devices are using cryptography algorithm that authenticate these IoT devices using different kind of complex mechanism. But there is one issue. They consume more amount of memory as well as the power. And if you talk about the IoT device, they made for that purpose only, that they can run with the less power and less memory, and they can give extra output. So at that point, cost and complexity came into the picture, because those kind of things are at the level of industry grade or commercialization. So this is the base of PUF. So physical unclonable function has been proposed as an interesting cryptography primitive, which has a potential to take the place of using private key as a method or device authentication. The PUF are a device we can consider as a not very small nanometer device, which are practically invisible to clone. We cannot even copy it. If we have seen that some people are copied some kind of chemical or some kind of mixture by following some standard procedure. But if we are following the same standard procedure, same methodology, same environment, but still we cannot copy the physical unclonable function devices. The PUF are physical challenge response system. That is a CRP. We are aware about the CRP. So that generates a robust and unclonable infrastructure. So which can create next generation of security at the IoT devices. PUF are already being used into the IoT devices. We have seen that nowadays the YubiKey is there into the market. If you want to log in into your Google account and you don't know the password, then you just have to insert that YubiKey into your system and you can successfully log in into your Gmail account. But if anyone can copy that physical device, then you are again into the threat. Again there is an issue. So what next? So this is another solution which we found as a PUF. These are a different type of PUFs. This is a core physics subject, which I will not much dive into that because I am not a physics department expert. So all PUFs are developed based on the silicon. So we have two type of PUF, delay PUF and memory PUF. We people are working majorly into the memory PUF. I will explain the more reason why memory PUF and why RAM PUF. We people are working into RAM PUF. Okay, so I see authentication mechanism of PUF. So I am giving you very basic technical, electrical, physical and cybersecurity combination of these three things. So we have seen into previous slides that PUF is there, but into the PUF we have a memory register. Yeah, it's a memory register. So memory register is a memory plus register, combination of those both things which are a part of electric again. So memory registers are based on the resistive switching. Resistive switching is again electric part. Okay, so whenever the resistive switching is happened, different kind of electronic signatures are being generated. So whenever the electronic signature are being generated, at that time you have to give something into the input of that device. So we are giving a different kind of input to our PUF machines. So considering here, I am giving input as a 101, 110101. So if I have two device, I made one first device I made, and after that I replicated the second device with the same level of integrity, same level of environment, same level of condition. Everything is the same. I just copy the device. It's a physical device, so I have to manufacture it. So I manufactured it in the same way what I previously followed. So I am giving this input to that PUF, and the PUF is giving me this response. But if I am giving the same input to the another PUF, then the response will be different. Now again new question will comes that we generated both the hardwares together into the same environment, same methodology. Then how this PUF is giving different kind of response? So that is the beauty of PUF, that you cannot replicate the data of the PUF. These are the very wide application of the PUF, because PUF now in every device, in every electronic device, chips are there, and wherever chips are there, these all things are coming into the picture. We will talk about the smart grid, we will talk about the UAVs, we will talk about the Internet of Medical Things, we'll talk about IOV, we'll talk about IoT, everything. Everywhere the PUF can help. Coming back on the memory register, because it's a kind of building block for the electronic circuit that scientists predicted roughly before 15 years. But before some decade ago, these memory register things came into the market and people started jumping into that. And yes, morning Professor Iyengar sir mentioned that quantum computing is also the new trend. But if we discuss about this PUF, then the memory register, which is a base of this PUF, is unlike any other quantum component as a memory. So that
okay.
Yeah. So that is again we can do the quantum computing along with the PUF. That is a new generation and new phase of the research which haven't yet explored. So into the conclusive remark, information security and the security of the edge devices is the current era of the internet things. But the PUF comes into the picture and it can control the drawbacks and issues of the authentication as well as the security, and it stores the different kind. It's not storing the keys, that's why it's more reliable and more popular. I'm concluding my session here.
Any questions?
So, are you aware of any limitation of these physically unclonable functions?
Yes, certainly.
Which are the limitations?
Actually, the thing is that PUFs are very small, and for manufacturing PUF, we are particularly focusing on the memory-based PUF. The reason is that those are low-powered RAM. Second thing, they are easy to fabricate, because major issue is the fabrication. For the PUF,
You said easy to fabricate. So how
for the memory PUF, which we people are doing a research into that is easy to fabricate compared to the other PUF. Because we have different kind of PUF category and which are very tough to even develop. So the delay PUF we are talking about. So into the memory PUF we are just focusing on RAM PUF, which are especially very easy to fabricate compared to these all others. That's why we choose. And another thing is that RAM PUF is a low power RAM, so it doesn't need more capacity because now it's going to fit into the IoT devices. And the third thing is that it's very dense. So more amount of data can be stored, because anyway the PUF will come into the picture when the data processing will be happening, and at that time that will help us.
So there is one attack called machine learning based modeling attack, which is a security attack possible in the PUF. You can explore this attack.
Yes.
Because people have invented this authentication scheme, and against this scheme also there are some attacks. So now the research is going on in that direction, like how to prevent machine learning based modeling attacks, especially in the authentication systems which are using this physically unclonable function. Okay. So this is just a suggestion, like you can explore it.
And I want to add one thing on that, because all PUFs are taking inputs as electric signatures. So whenever you are giving any kind of electric signatures to them, they vary at each and every point. So at that time, every point your response will be changed. So the attack which you are talking about, it's like once someone attack on the system, once they disconnected from the system, again they have to start everything from the scratch. Because in cyber security, once we cross our level 1, we can target level 2. But into the PUF, this kind of facility cannot be executed.
Hi. So have you actually implemented the PUF on the devices?
Yeah, our team published more than 5 to 7 research papers on the PUF, and we are into the process to develop a memory PUF into the laboratory.
Okay, and can PUF be implemented on all the devices, for every device?
Yeah, because now, yes, wherever the security coming into the picture, PUF can be implemented.
Any IoT device, for example?
Any IoT device, because IoT device needs the security for sure, including IP camera or routers or any kind of hardware-based board. Everything needs a hardware, but that's physical security. Not as that physical security, but that physical security is needed. Any more questions?
Not really. It's not a question, but it's a very good attempt that you have done this. I have read an article which has been published by Lincoln Laboratory. They are using this PUFs to protect UAVs. Unmanned aerial systems. So they have come up with one cryptographic thing called as LOCMA. So I think it should be a very good attempt to try this on. Congratulations. Thank you.
So we will look into that matter. The UAV is also a major part of that UAV functions.
Any other questions?
Another question. IISc has a center called Center for Nanoscience and Engineering. Center for Nanoscience and Engineering. So, Center for Nanoscience and Engineering. They onboard students like you for fabrications. In case if you have difficulties, you can.
You want to add something? Second author is also from IIT.
So we have he is my co-author Sandeep Munjal. You can add something.
Sir, we already have collaboration in the nanoscale research facility IIT Delhi, and I directly come from that lab, and that is biggest fabrication lab in the North India. Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Thank you, Harsh. So here we have completed all our presentations in this second technical session. I would like to thank our session chair, Dr. Hemant sir and Dr. Bhave sir. Thank you, sir. And I would like to tell all dignitaries that you can proceed for hiding. The arrangements are done at outside. Thank you. Thank you all. Presenters can collect their certificates from the registration desk outside. Students, NFSC students, you